What's happening in my inner dream? Oh, 'cause everything's not what it seems. The jig is up, I'm not gonna wait. Oh, tried to grasp for his last friend and pretend that he could wish himself health on a four-leaf clover.
You get a phone call from the Queen with a haunted ass.
She says that they're all dead. She tried the last one on, couldn't speak, fell off, and now she just wanders a hall, thinking nothing at all. Once there was a man who had a little too much time on his hand. He never stopped to think that he was getting older. But when his night came to an end, he tried to grasp for his last friend and pretend that he could wish himself health on a four-leaf clover. Once there was a man.
Why is it? Annoying. Okay, what am I doing, man? Get it together, Nick. Is that too loud? Seems kind of loud. Not loud for me, though. Testing? Testing? It's a little better. Still go down, though. There we go. Link to stream. Fucking hate posting to social media, man. Pain in the ass. There we go. Question. Answer. Am I a free thinker? Oh man. I like to think I am, man, but you know how that one goes, right? I mean, I like to think I am, but still working on that one, I guess. What the heck? It's maybe yawn. How could you do that to me?
Hey, how you doing, Circa?
Hey, bro.
Hey.
It's kind of gnarly, man.
Sorry.
No. Just, you don't have to say sorry, man. I just, I wish I had more to be able to say, you know, but that's not really much I can say. More like, just kind of see if you're okay and everything. Hopefully you didn't really see anything, right? Probably have.
No, not really, because like I said, we were getting on the monorail, which takes us like outside of the convention. So there's a monorail at the convention that like leads into the area, and we were on our way out.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
most of my friends, one of them did stay, but he's like with his family right now, and like he's decompressing. He wanted to stay for another beer at the beer garden, and since he was driving that day, he wanted to stay until like he like the beer weared off. So he had a little bit more of the action than we did, but we just were kind of sitting blissfully at the monorail and like didn't realize what was going on.
How loud was
And
it?
like when we were getting on, no, like for us,
Yeah, or just in general.
not really that loud, but like you could see a lot of people like running and like scattering, and you're like, whoa, what's going on? Is there a fight or whatever? And then like a bunch of people start texting you and asking, are you okay? Where are you right now? Blah 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 kind of thing. And then like after an hour after the event, like it happened, like Cairo is the local news station in the area, and they're right across the street from the Seattle Center, and they were like right on the scene, and they wrote the report and like released everything like an hour later. And like as soon as that went out, everybody started blowing up my phone, and that's when I realized, oh shit, like it fully sunk in. That's what we were seeing. That's a shooting. And we just got out on time. And then like I contacted my friend that was like still there. I checked up on him to see if he's okay, and he was just like, it was wild. Like I was like buzzing off, getting off my buzz, and
It sucks.
I was like leaving, and that's when like he heard some shit and he fucking dipped
I feel
out.
sorry for you.
What?
Sorry, what? Hello?
I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you in that situation.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's gnarly, man.
it just kind of sucks because like it was such a nice day. Like this is like a yearly event that they always like do, and I had a bunch of friends that came out from California and Pennsylvania, and I suggested this place, and they actually had to like leave early and catch like a flight and stuff like that. But I also had like coworkers I was with, and like one of our coworkers like didn't come in time, and he's like, oh, I just don't want to go down to Seattle, blah blah blah, I gotta watch my kids. So like the group just got smaller and smaller the longer we stayed there, and like we were just talking about like how nice it was and how we want to do it again. And he was like, "Oh, I want to bring my family because he has 2 kids." And he was like, "I want my wife to come out here and like my 2 kids." It's like because it was very friendly for like kids. The event like alcohol was all at this one beer garden, and everywhere else had like kid portions, and they had like this cool playground and stuff like that.
It looks like a food festival, right?
It was a food festival, yeah.
It's freaking retarded, man.
That's why it also didn't really like make sense to me, because like it's just we're just there to eat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like outside of the food like thing, the only other thing that was going on there was there was like a hoodie drop with like some famous brand and Starbucks that collabed. But like I don't think it had anything to do with that either. It was just we were all chilling. It was a nice day. I mean, overcast, like rain was said to come in, which is another like there's a few reasons why we like were deciding to leave early, because we wanted to stay until closing because it was fun, but like it was saying that rain was going to come in. The monorail was going to take an hour and like 10 minutes to
Yeah, it
get,
just sounds like a fun Sunday, man. Like a fun little,
Yeah.
Sunday. No, it's
and like a month
kind of
ago
ruined, I think,
was
right?
in
It's kind of dumb.
yeah, and they rushed a bunch of people to the hospital. I don't know if they released official like numbers, but when I was talking to
It's 2
people, they
people
said
dead.
that they know that 7 people
And
went to
5 injured,
Harborview,
yeah.
and yeah. So 2 of them are dead. A child was supposedly shot, according to my friend that was staying at the beer garden.
Oh.
So
Why the fuck you have to go after children? Because it's like they've done nothing wrong. Like they're probably with their parents or grandparents or something. Like that's fucking bullshit. I'm sorry. Like I understand like going after someone your own age, someone your own strength, but not a child. No.
I mean, it wasn't even like political. I mean, I guess there was like an activist like Planned Parenthood like thing that's like around the area. Oh.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah, but it didn't seem like anything was being like particularly targeted. It's just, from what I've heard and from my friend that was there longer than we were, because me and the one friend that like I got onto the monorail with, like to us it looked like it could have been a fight. It could have just been like, something like going down and people like getting away from it. It didn't look like anything like a shooting, because I mean, it's a different perspective for us, but like our friend that was on the ground, he was like, yeah, it was a shooting and like, fucking lucky, huh? And he was just like, I guess, that's just how the lottery goes. And I was like, he's being very chillaxed about that. But he seemed in shock when I called him, and his family was like, really worried for him. So he's spending time with them and he's relaxing now, but he had the worst of it. And I'm just like, damn. If I just stayed to go like to get like beers, or if we were in the wrong spot at the wrong time, like we were like, oh, maybe we go get a kebab at this spot, that could have been any of us.
You shouldn't have to think about that, though.
And like I was trying to say before, like a month ago, I was in Oregon, and for a graduation with my cousin. And while I was at the graduation, the house I usually stay at, my aunt's house, was like filled, so we went and got a Verbo with my uncle and my aunt and I, and we stayed at a Verbo, and the Verbo had like its backyard. There's like a glass sliding door that goes into the backyard, but the backyard led straight into like the sidewalk in the street right behind us, and then there's like a gas station on the corner. And I was just chilling at 11:30 at night, and I was just talking to my uncle, my aunt. We're all like winding down, getting ready to sleep. And the place I was staying at was like the living room area with like a pull-out couch that turns into a bed. And it's right next to the glass door. And I was watching this, like somebody was outside and he's just like walking. And the next thing I hear is a car roll up, and then pow, 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 a few shots. I spring up, and then people start running, and then pow, 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 like closer towards me. I jump over my couch, and it slices my leg, and I fall like over.
You had a bunch
and
of people
I
at
think
the
'cause
house, right? Is that why? Or is this like a random isolated thing?
Sorry, what?
This is like gang related stuff, or for the Oregon?
Yeah, we did find out that this was gang related, but
Okay.
I'll get into that.
Yeah, yeah.
So like I hopped over, and there's like blood on my leg, so I thought I got shot, and I didn't realize I had cut myself jumping over the like pull-out couch.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I
pretty
was,
hard
like,
to tell if you
hiding
get shot
down.
too, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I just hear pow, pow, pow again, and I'm just on the floor. It goes silent, 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 silent. My uncle decides to be stupid and like goes out and starts looking out the glass window. I'm like, please don't do that, because if like the guy that just starts shooting is trying to like run away from like eventually the police or something, he might like break in and like try to rob us, right? And they have a gun. We don't in this situation. We're out of state. And about like 15-20 minutes later, the police come and they like start, you know, checking around the neighborhood and start taking like interviews and stuff. And that was only a month ago. And that's how I got, like, I bruised my entire shin. I sliced it up a bit, and it's still healing after a month because of how bad, like I slammed into that couch and like rolled over on the other side, and it had like one of the metal springs, I think is what like sliced my leg, because it's like a pull-out couch.
Oh, so it has this little springs in it for bedding or whatever. Interesting. The bed springs or whatever.
Yeah. So that was 1 month ago in Oregon, and then like today, I mean, I was telling all my friends and coworkers about like the Seattle Center event, because I had, like I said, friends from California and friends from Pennsylvania that were coming in town, and I was like, hey, this is the event. And I had some coworkers I hadn't seen in forever, and I was like, hey, let's all just meet up. And we all kind of came at different times and stayed at different stuff, but I kind of like stayed with one main group the entire time. And I took public transport to go get there, and it was nice, it was clean, everybody was nice, friendly. We get there, they have security. They had Allied Universal, is that what it's called? Allied.
There's something, yeah.
Universal, yeah. Security, and they're all over the event and everything. And there's like multiple. There's like the Climate Pledge arena, and there's like multiple sections, and everything's like there's a bunch of vendors and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know,
As someone who, I live in Staten Island, so to get to Manhattan, I have to drive through Brooklyn into the Queens, and then drive across. And like, I've seen shootings. They're fucking scary. They're fucking terrifying.
I thankfully haven't been in a situation like that yet. I think about it constantly though, which kind of sucks.
This is the third time ever in my life, so and two of them happened this month. So the third one was I was one of the first responders for the Las Vegas shooting. So.
That's awful. My God. That one was uniquely very brutal. A lot of people died in that one, right?
Yeah.
It was like
500 something injured, and I think 54 killed. They gave us Vegas Strong shirts afterwards and stuff like that, and I got like, they came out to the hospitals and stuff, and they awarded a lot of the staff. Like, we got this from the mayor of was it Las Vegas or Henderson that gave it, because I was working in Henderson. But anyway, they gave us like a little certificate that said like, for your dedication and heroic acts and blah 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 that day, right? And it's like signed by a bunch of important people.
Well, I'm glad you were there to do something. But that must be the thing about these events too, is people don't realize they don't just affect the statistic that we see on like the news and screen, right? You know, people will probably just be like, I'm not assuming everyone will be like this, but it's not uncommon for, I think, certain pundits to say it's not that many. Like, it's okay if it's just 2 people or like 5 people, but everyone who's at these events usually walks away with some insane trauma if they're anywhere close to it, and it just like
Yeah, like
it like
I know it
cascades
was
into every part of their
originally
life.
called shell shock. I know it was originally called shell shock, now called PTSD, but like even if you talk to police officers who trained for or military who trained for this, like no one's immune from PTSD.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to be specific with PTSD, but like, you know, if your relationship's stressed and you go to an event like this and you see someone die because of it, or a lot of things can happen just from these mass shooting events that don't just affect people who died or got injured. It's gnarly, and I'm sorry you had to go through it.
The friend that also stayed at the beer garden, like afterwards, it's kind of crazy for him because I think it was about, I want to say like 20 something days ago, his neighbor discharged a gun at, like his neighbor is like old and was trying to like clean a rifle, one of his old rifles, and accidentally discharged it through his window, and it grazed his son who was playing out just with his wife and all of them. They were like doing like a little summer, you know, grilling and, you know, just chilling outside and doing everything. And
fucking lose my mind on this guy. I would literally lose my mind.
Oh yeah. I try to like tell him to like press charges. I don't know what's currently going on because he apparently talked to the local police, and the police were apparently playing it down and were just like, oh well, if nobody's hurt. And he was like, whoa, my son got grazed, he's bleeding. They're like, yeah, but it didn't penetrate. And he's like, what do you mean? And it kind of made him like really mad, but he hasn't given me any updates on that. But like we were kind of talking about that today, where he was just like, he said it's like really starting to change his mind.
Yeah, it has an effect.
The police won't do anything, the press 100% will.
For something like this, I'm not so sure if they pick that up. Also, it's a little, I don't think Kay's friend would want to do that, man. You know, he's not, I don't know if he wants to like ruin his life that way publicly, but you know, there needs to be some sort of like consequences probably.
Yeah. Maybe I'll probably check in with him tomorrow and see like how that ever, but like it's just a thing of like we're thinking through our life, and it's like, damn, I've been through 3 shooting events and he's now been like through 2, and it's like
ridiculous.
I think I've talked to you about my personal life. I'm not going to get too much more personal on the stream because I've already like said kind of a lot, but
you're okay, man. Just say what you want, you know. I'm sure it's kind of surreal.
The situation, I think I've talked to you about the situation with my fiance and everything, right? Like, and like us deciding to stay in the US over, you know, I could live in 2 other countries.
Oh yeah, you sent me the paperwork for Canadian stuff.
Yeah, for one of them. And so I can live in 2 other countries and she can live in 3 other countries. And I guess I could go with her to the 3rd other country. So, okay, I can live in 3 other countries, technically, and a 4th one if I really, really tried. And she can live in 3 other countries, like, easy. Like, we could do it within, like, the month, right?
I mean, but if you guys are seriously considering it, right? But,
we chose America, and we chose to like stay here, and it's just like one of those things where like I'm not saying I regret it or anything, and for, you know, all the visa people like watching immigration enforcement, we still love the country. It's just, it makes you think of like,
this place is not going to be safe, you know. I mean, pretty much in my opinion, I don't think it will be soon. So it's not like I understand why you're like, I don't know, maybe you probably still have a little bit of a doubt of if it's the right decision, right? But it is still a great country at the same time. It's kind of one of the annoying parts.
It's a wonderful, like, it gives us so much opportunity, and it allows us to like have so much like career mobility, which like we just wouldn't have in a lot of other places. And we have lots of like family, and just it gives us a lot of bargaining power with our education, our work.
Yeah,
and
I mean that's the thing, right? The forums,
like,
the forums for the country haven't changed yet. And
also,
it's kind of a nice thing, but I remember what you know how I read that one book, They Thought They Were Free. that one book about the Nazi Third Reich or whatever, where the Jewish guy interviews the 10 Nazis or becomes friends with them over like 10 years, something like that. And one of the professor was talking about how as it descended into Nazism and everything supposedly changed, he was like, everything was the same though at the same time. He was like all of the things that I did, I loved were still there, but underneath my nose, like everything changed, right? So all the good things about the United States are still kind of here. It's just annoying to know that it's like on the teetering edge of just becoming gone in a second. Bothers me.
Yeah, like, as a New Yorker, I can understand my perspective is a bit biased, but, like, I watch news from, like, the Midwest and the Deep South, and if you're in... The term would be destitute, but if you... I wouldn't say destitute, I would say, like, if you're in an area like that that's been abandoned by the world, like the Midwest, like the Deep South, where there's almost nothing for you.
Yeah, there's not really anything there. That's a different. Have you
ever heard of a billionaire coming from Louisiana? Be honest. And if you're in that situation, I would say go to Europe, go to Germany, go to Japan, go to Taiwan, where there are these opportunities for you. I'm lucky.
Will they even allow you to stay now? Do they? Will they, Kay? I'm not even sure if they would.
What? Well, who?
I'm not even sure if they'd let you like come now. Like if you wanted to go to Germany.
Oh, for Germany? Yeah. Germany is one of the places I can go to, but
just some random person in the South, right? Like they probably would not let you stay.
No, it's not. Yeah, not for a random person in the South. It's because of
unfortunate
familial ties for me. So
I I went to an Angels like a baseball opening carpet thing, and it's here I can actually pull it up on stream really fast. It was Angels Stadium. Okay. It's got these big hats in the front. It looks like this. Looks exactly like this, right? And
yeah.
you can't really see it. I made it all squinty. So it looks like this. And see if I can go left and right. Yeah, there you go. So it had like a red carpet and stuff in the front here. And I noticed that there was like zero security. Zero, we didn't have to do anything to get in. We just walked in and parked and everything. And I shit you not, man, the entire time, my girlfriend and our friends, his girlfriend, and him were like trying to get signatures on stuff, and everyone's crowding around like the gates right there. And it's like just open parking lot, and everyone's just randomly walking up. And all I could think to myself was like, this is fucking driving me insane with anxiety right now. Like I'm literally in the back, like underneath like a palm tree that you saw on the left side there, just kind of like watching. And I did not spot a single freaking like police officer or security guard. I saw one later, but the whole time, I swear to God, I was just sitting there just going like, man, if like something happened here, this place would be very unprepared right now. Like, it sucks that
unfortunately think that everywhere I go.
It's
like
so annoying.
Like
thankfully I haven't had to go through any of it yet, but my God, man.
In New York, in Manhattan, there's actually like it was very recent, it's like in the last couple years, there's actually like a whole zone in Manhattan which is like a gun-free zone. Like you're not even allowed to conceal carry, not even allowed to even drive through transporting a gun.
What's transport?
Like they can do stuff like that, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and it would take a lot of protests to do that. But every stadium to do that for every event. It would,
Yeah, I mean,
millions of
no
people
gun
would
zone is
pay
not
for it.
really I feel like, you know, the gun argument in the United States is for some reason extremely complicated. I think we're not going to be able to, you know, get rid of guns. And it's not really like I think we should. It's just the fact that we have so many states that don't really, or so many areas that don't even care about like selling privately in any regulated way, right? Like they can just fucking sell to a 15-year-old if the kid lies, you know? It's just that type of stuff to me is just wild. So even if you have a gun-free zone, it doesn't even matter, right? Because people can just drive two minutes away and then who cares? It's not that hard to get back.
I do admit I own guns. I do admit that I do own rifles and that, but it's like,
Hey, you have some, right?
for me,
Yes, I do.
like, okay,
Oh,
like for me, like for you, do you like dry fire and do you like practice your safety and do you like practice and practice and practice and practice? Because I do. I like to dry fire. I like to just practice and practice and practice
that's pretty good.
before I even go out to the shooting
I used
range.
to when I was like younger, but it's very expensive now where I live to like find a spot. There's not as many. There used to be a lot of places back in my old town I used to live in where you could just go out to the middle of nowhere and shoot, but that's not really feasible
Yeah,
where I'm, like currently
near
at.
Las Vegas,
So
right?
like yeah. And now it's not as feasible and all the gun ranges are super expensive, but what I do is I do like yearly maintenance. I probably take it out like twice a year and like if that, and if not just like once a year I'll take it out just to keep my aim, you know, somewhat good and keep the gun like clean and
I'm not
you know,
very familiar
well
with
taken
guns.
care of.
Not,
But
not very familiar with them.
when I first bought my first gun, like in preparation, I went on like YouTube and I looked up a bunch of like gun safety stuff, and then I went up to my state had a bunch of also like nice resources for first time gun owners, so I like got one of their free little pamphlets. And when I moved to my new state, they actually were passing a lot of like laws that I didn't understand. So the first thing I did was went to my local police station and I asked them about it to get a police officer to clarify what I'm allowed to do and what I'm not allowed to do. And because I did that, they gave me a free gun lock and a free gun case, as well as like a bunch of pamphlets.
That's pretty
on, like, gun
responsible, though.
safety. Yeah, I was like, dude, this is awesome. Thanks. So while I'm not like super extreme with it, I think I do enough, I would say personally,
Yeah, I don't really know anything
to
about
make
guns.
sure I stay informed.
Well, I know I think a bit about guns. I don't really have a lot of experience shooting them. That's for sure.
I feel like there should be less incentive. Like, I don't think it's as simple as outright banning all guns or outright allowing all guns. I feel like we should like do safety tests, teach people how to shoot safely, and
You
like,
say that enough, some people will say that you're trying to take their guns. It's annoying.
no, but it's just like
That's what people turn it into.
Oh. it's not taking guns at all. I'm not.
Yeah, I know. I'm telling you what the
But
political
taking
climate,
gun.
what people would do. They'll just turn that into
But it's
that.
just giving people
That'd be
the
nice.
option to be safe. Like, there should be clear safety instructions. There should be this safety instructions, that safety instruction. People should be allowed to practice safety how they want as easily as possible. If people want to be safe, they should be enabled to be safe as much as possible.
Well, I think in order to do that, you probably need to have access to gun ranges, right, Kay?
I think so.
That doesn't cost too much. and it might be kind of hard to do without more people being able to get guns without any problems. I don't know, it depends. I'm sure the state could do something though.
I mean, there's a lot of things I think could happen. The problem is that you just have two sides that are not honest about their intentions.
Yeah,
Because a lot of
that's
Democrats
true.
say they don't want to go after guns, but would do anything in their power to possibly, like, every time a gun, like, any type of, like Washington, they said, we will never ban any type of, like, gun.
You're talking about
And then
local
they banned-
legislator? Local legislation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, Washington State,
Yeah.
like, locally said that they wouldn't ban guns. They would just, like, come up with, like, purely safety-backed restrictions on gun ownership, not, like, ban guns. And then they tried 3 years in a row to ban semi-automatic rifles. And when that failed 3 times in a row, they called it a state of they called it an emergency legislation, and they passed an emergency resolution that banned them overnight, pretty much.
With the freaking
And
governor
it's
problem.
like,
But wasn't there a federal case? I forget when. It was quite recent, 2000s, 2010s, where it went to the federal court, whether you are allowed to ban assault rifles, and it was overturned.
no. So what happened was, you're talking about the Supreme Court. Probably there's multiple Supreme Courts, by the way. There's the Supreme Court, and then you have, like, you know, your state Supreme Court, and then you have, like, but anyway,
federal.
but what happened was, well, then you also have circuit courts, right? But, like, so what happened was a few states tried to ban quote unquote assault rifles, which were like semi-automatic rifles, and that went to district courts, and you had district courts, or sorry, not district courts, circuit courts. You have two or three different circuit courts that ruled 2 different decisions. One that said it was okay, one that said it's not, and it got passed up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court basically said, actually, this is our interpretation of this, and this. Please re-review your laws under this new guideline, and then re-legislate it. So it had to go through the process of basically got kicked back down to the lower courts, who were supposed to figure out under new guidance whether it was constitutional or not. Well, 2 different circuit courts came to do 2 different decisions. One that reaffirmed it, one that didn't. So then it got kicked back up to the Supreme Court, and it is.
Did it remain in effect while it was in appeal?
I don't.
I think I can't remember how that works. I feel like for some things
But,
it doesn't,
But what I do know is that now that it's also one of the suggestions was how to file a more proper as well. They, like, the Supreme Court was like, if you don't reaffirm it, then you're gonna have to, like, file it in this way. So they filed it in the way that the Supreme Court asked, and now it's on their docket to hear. So they're going to hear one of the assault weapon bans, hopefully soon. So it's still unfully litigated.
I was reading into it, and it's very complicated because you need to understand the Second Amendment was done in the Bill of Rights, which I forget when, but just after the Revolutionary War, and they were saying, oh, us founding fathers own mortars and cannons and tool sailboats with mortars and cannons on those boats. Why can't the population have them? And the intent was to have a civilian militia if we ever needed to have a revolution again.
Fucked up.
That's what their intent. But you got to remember, this is just after the Revolutionary War, and things have changed a lot since then. Like, there are cases. I won't say there aren't cases, but the number of cases where someone has invoked their Third Amendment right to shoot at a police officer, to shoot at a military barging into your home, invoke their Third Amendment right to sue them, and then win. If you actually look at the number of cases where that has happened, where what the founding fathers intended actually happened, it's like zero. They're like 5 out of thousands of cases. So even though the founding fathers intended it to be that way, we can all agree it's not actually working that way. It wouldn't work that way.
Hello?
Sorry, I was kind of going in and out with there. I actually feel like what you said there is actually kind of true. I from what I heard at the end there, I fucked up my Lego, so that's kind of why I'm like retarded around.
What I basically said is the founding fathers, if you look at the Second Amendment and if you look at the Third Amendment, it's clearly stated no police person, no military is able to barge into your home.
Yeah.
You're able to
no
bear
quarters,
arms
no
and
quarters, yeah.
defend yourself.
No quarters. No
Yeah.
arbitrary quarters, yeah.
I actually did the research. I looked how many cases in reality did a police officer barge into someone's home.
Well, remember, it's
They
not
then
really just about police, because police didn't. Police
Just
weren't around.
simplifying it. I'm simplifying.
I know, but police weren't around
like-
when they wrote the Constitution, right? Police are a later invention of society, so
Police were, I forget when they were invented, but
I mean, they
you're
were
correct,
in the
but
United States. The advent, like
Slavery
the advent
is
of the
around where
police.
they were.
It was after. It was primarily the precincts as well as the sheriffs kind of formed after the end of the Civil War. And the reason why is because of the debt peonage and the criminalization of black people after Reconstruction. So,
wasn't that the reason behind the Oklahoma Panhandle? Is it was just because Texas was cut down shorter because of the slavery law, the latitude that
I'm not sure.
that area that used to be Texas were now
Charlie Kirk.
stateless.
Yeah.
Civil War history, I could go on and on all day, but if you actually look for and if you actually specify search for cases where military or police officer, but mainly military, walks into a home, gets shot, dies, someone invokes their Third Amendment right and actually wins, it's very, very few cases. There are very, very few cases where someone survives shooting a military officer. Not many do.
No, they don't. They don't
And
usually
then-
survive.
They don't usually survive.
Yeah.
And then there's a second filter of even though that's what the founding fathers intended, would a jury actually like you if you shot at a police officer or a military officer? The answer is
I got
usually
it.
no.
I think I fixed it. I fucked up the Lego a second ago, and because I'm actually the dumbest person on planet Earth, but I think we're in the clear. See if it works.
I do hate how every like shooting turns into like
A conversation about it.
a
Yeah.
conversation about like gun control. Like it's like I mean
I
get it.
I will be honest. Okay.
I get why.
After the Uvalde one, you know, do you remember when Matthew McConaughey came out? And I mean, obviously, he's an actor, and the use of him, and he knows this as well, was because he has a lot of influence, right? Where he came out
Yeah.
and was trying to plead with people to do something, right? And I don't know if anyone really like, because I actually, when I watched it, I didn't think like, here's a dumb actor who's giving his opinion. I swear to God, there was moments in that where I was like, okay, this really is kind of gnarly. Like he held up one of the girl's shoes, from that shooting, you know, and like was like, this was all that was left to identify this young girl, this 5-year-old with, and I'm just like, actor or not, man, like, what the fuck? Like, plus because I have a morbid mind, and I watch a lot of combat footage, and I watch a lot of things I probably shouldn't. There's that. Remember that Texas shooting in Allen, Texas, right? When that first happened, there was a seconds after video of the people who hid behind the bush, behind like the Macy's or whatever. And that one, I think, is always like stuck in my head for some reason, because it's just like 7 people just obliterated behind the bush. One of them being like a 7-year-old Korean girl, and I don't know. There's a lot of emotion in this topic, right? But at the same time, we do uniquely have just an absurd relationship with this gun violence that's not really there in any other country that doesn't have like a fucking civil war going on. It's just
I do think something needs to be done, and I think the conversations need to be done. I just hate how it's like right afterwards, every single time, it's just instantly politicized, and nobody is even willing to have like, I mean, it's not commentary on what we're doing, because like at least we're having like a respectful conversation, but what I mean is I hate like turning on the news or YouTube and it's instantly like Ben Shapiro being like, you know what? I'm glad they died. No, I'm kidding. They don't say it like that, but you know what I mean? They're just like, you know what? I mean, whatever
Kirk.
it takes.
Charlie Kirk is a good example, man. He would abuse gun deaths for his own ends all the time. Annoying. Mainly black people though.
Like, I'm just trying to separate the founding fathers' intention of you could shoot police and military if they invade your home. You can defend yourself.
Well, that's going to be tied to the Declaration, right? Because the Declaration, the Declaration of Independence has a paradox in it, where it gives the consent to overthrow your government,
militia.
right?
But it also says that you can be charged with treason.
Correct. The whole idea of democracy, like what we have, the Constitution, everything is essentially a paradox, and it kind of knows that. It's kind of self-aware. Like when Jefferson writes it, he kind of like knows that it is, and it's kind of like a you know it when you see it type thing. And if you feel like it's tyrannical, you should overthrow it.
Well, it's kind of like this is also the paradox of just like violence and politics in general. It's like
Hannah Arendt or whatever.
You have a thing where when democratic or whatever institute, it doesn't actually even have to be democratic. If you have like an oligarchy, or like some type of dictatorship, or some type of elaborate setup, if institutions fail, you can't really you can't institutionally fix
a failing
institution after a certain
institutions
amount of time. You literally have to do violence or be eradicated.
See, this is one thing I actually think sorry to interrupt you, but one thing I think the Constitution is really good about, and why I say it's a positive document, because the United States is unique in the fact that it's gone so far in progression, like legitimately, and yet we did not need to. We had a civil war, obviously, but the point is that the institutions and the whole idea of the country didn't need to have a revolution to get there.
There's a actual
Sorry to interrupt you.
leftover. Can I inform you of something, Siaka? It's a very unknown part of the Constitution.
What?
It's left over from the Articles of Confederacy.
Confederation, yeah.
It's a leftover from there, in which the president in due time, the president in due time and in dire time can get both houses both houses of government call upon them and then dismiss them. And
We
in
still have
that
this. Yeah, we still have
dismissal-
this. The president can call both houses of Congress into session for emergencies. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. Yeah, he can. This was done World War II, World War One, Civil War.
Yeah.
Like, it's been done. He's called both houses into session in a. This is a fucking emergency. I don't think it's been done since the Vietnam War.
This is
but
actually really
it
important
can-
to understand fascism, by the way, because this emergency talk that we're talking about, the reason we allow these types of things is because command and executive command are essential during times of threat. So if you want to actually survive, you generally need like a command style response. You can't wait for legislation to save yourself, right? So fascism abuses this. The existential threat I talk about all the time about life and death, the reason they're so okay with someone like Trump doing everything is because they feel as if they're in that situation, right? Even if we think it's wrong, but this is what you're bringing up is actually really important for why people accept what Trump's doing.
That's actually not where I was going.
I know, I was just piggybacking off you.
I know where I was going was in that duress, under that duress, in the time where I call upon both houses to come and visit me, and then I officially dismiss them. In that dismissal time of 3 days, the president has the power over the Supreme Court to elect temporary members.
Yeah, of a cabinet, something he can create with the executive. That's what you're getting at, right? Yeah. Although there is a lot of restrictions on that in emergency powers, right? If you go to U.S. Code and go to, I think it's Title 50, is where emergency powers are.
Usually he has to go through Congress. They have to go through Congress. But in the case it's an emergency, he's called upon them, he dismissed them. He doesn't need to then go through Congress to elect
does at some point, though.
members.
He actually has to. He has it's a temporary amount of time that he can get away with that. So he doesn't just.
It's 3 days.
He also has to submit
It's 3
certain
days.
reports, if I'm not mistaken. And other stuff.
If you look at the Congress, if you look at the Congress, they've limited that call to dismissal to a limit of 3 days, and in that 3 days only he can do this.
I think
But it
he's
doesn't
ignoring
stop
these things right now, Gina. Like the IEPA tariffs, for instance, right? The IEPA tariffs are kind of interesting because technically he's supposed to give a document to Congress, okay?
Yeah.
And he's supposed to explain in detail and with some real substance like what the IEPA tariff is supposed to do. I think within like a few days of using the executive privilege, right? And then within 60 days, he's supposed to have like an entire, we're talking like many pages write-up documents of what is happening, why again, proving why it needs to be continued, all that kind of stuff. He's just ignoring all of it. So it's already kind of failing in that regard.
I understand that. I understand that he's ignoring like congressional code and constitutional code, and like I study all that. I look through it, and I'm very interested because I like to push my First Amendment to the limit. But you know what's something very interesting I discovered recently?
What was it? What is it?
Promoting illegalities is legal. You can promote any illegality you want.
Promote illegality?
Yes, you can promote illegalities.
What do you mean by promote?
If you say, I mean,
Where the fuck is this going? This? Oh, like this, like
this
this.
this is very weird. It's very convoluted, but because you're allowed to promote illegalities,
Well,
but
just
you're
define the
not
word
allowed-
promote for me.
Basically, you cannot have the illegalities be instant. You can, and it cannot be seen as like you are actively serious. As long
Oh,
as you are
yeah, you
not
need
seen
a.
as
There's a word for this.
I'd just like to call it plausible deniability, baby.
Also, you need to have a legal mindset. You need to have mens rea. You need to have malicious
Mens rea
intent.
is mens rea is state of
rea.
mind, right? But yeah, mens rea is really
Yeah.
important. Technically, that's not true though.
Yeah.
You can have mens rea, not qualify for mens rea, but at the same time, you can still suffer punishment. So that's kind of not exactly that true. It's really important to get mens rea though, right?
Yeah. But because of this, Brandenburg test, and because of the later 1982 Claiborne Hardware Co. US thing, it's actually, it would be because of this, combined with the electing temporary members to the Supreme Court.
Wait, are you sure it's to the Supreme Court?
Yes.
That to me sounds. We're still talking about the same thing, right?
Yes.
That sounds incorrect to me. I thought it's about him being able to create separate officers and agencies, right? Given via the Constitution.
No. He needs to usually go through Congress. But if they're officially dismissed,
No, Congress. He has the authority to actually make any agency or office he wants. He just needs Congress approval for nomination.
yeah.
And
Which
kind of.
he doesn't need if they're dismissed under this emergency. Let's come all together. You're dismissed. So in that, if they go through those loopholes to get temporary members to the Supreme Court, and he says these things promoting but not inciting illegality, it's you can loophole it enough where the president can actually promote these temporary members of the Supreme Court to
Okay,
make
what I was trying to think of, it's
legalities
called actus reus. That's what I was trying to remember. Actus reus.
illegalities legal without being directly criminal.
And then where is it? True threat.
Yeah. Yeah, under Brandenburg versus Ohio,
Dismissing the
Texas,
charge on First
Indiana.
Amendment grounds, arguing that his message were not true threats in quotations. So true threats, I think need to be satisfied by communicating a serious prospect, not an ironic one. And the speaker must be at least recklessly disregarded a substantial risk. That the communication would be threatening.
Immediate and likelihood.
Yeah. There is something else you might be interested in. Do you know how many people it takes in Congress to suspend the Constitution?
How many?
Because we can suspend the Constitution if a certain amount of them essentially vote that way.
Yes, that's how the Articles of Confederation are going.
It's 2/3.
Articles of Confederation. My AOC, I miss it.
It's about 2/3.
Yeah.
This is actually what Hitler used in the Enabling Act, except he just had his essay stand outside of the new parliament, and then when the communists tried to come in, SDP and communists tried to come in to vote. He just stopped them and arrested him. And then
Hey, that sounds like something that was happening at the voting polls booths last year, or not last year, last election.
isn't that crazy? I mean, technically Trump could do that.
I did. I was curious. So you guys are talking about. Basically, are you guys talking about the recent shooting in Seattle?
We were, yeah.
And,
Kay was there, so
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I did have another question for you guys, but just if you could continue the conversation.
you didn't. Kay was there, so
Yeah. Go on.
Energy doesn't care.
Just
Energy's just like not happy you're alive, buddy.
I gave him another shot, bro. I'm sorry.
He's just like, fuck. I still have to deal with this asshole. Fuck him.
No, I had a question that's unrelated, but I was just curious if you wanted to wrap up the conversation.
Dude. It's okay, Circa. We can just blame it on the tism and move on.
Blame it on
So
the
anyway,
tism.
are you guys done with your conversation about that?
You're a fucking dick.
We went
fuck
from
you.
like
About Kay being at a shooting, dude. What the
laws
fuck?
about shooting
What are you
to
talking about,
like
man?
congressional laws. But if you want to go back to talking about shooting and talk about guns, I'm okay for that.
Energy. I guess we are done talking about it. I don't know, weird thing to say though.
Well, because I had a question, because for either you, Circa, or NOK, because you were mentioning you guys were interested in things like mathematics and or at least you Circa said you were interested in mathematics and
You've known
you
this
said,
forever. Yeah.
yeah, and you said NOK, I believe that you were interested in cosmology. So I recently was learning about
They're very two different fields.
algebra and group theory, and basically, so I was learning that there's a proposal to unify Einstein's theory of general relativity with quantum physics by quantizing gravity, where they propose the existence of what's called gravitons, which are represented as vectors in Hilbert space, where you do a group action of the Poincare group on them, and basically it modifies space-time. And I was curious if you guys were interested in like string theory or string theoretic cosmology.
Energy,
Okay, what does mathematics have to do
energy,
about
can I
that?
inform you of something? Do you know fluid dynamics? Energy, like, do you understand fluid dynamics?
Dude,
and how
energy just
fluid
got
dynamics
energied, bro. Holy fuck. This is awesome.
Because what happens if we cannot understand fluid dynamics at the quantum level because we have not yet proved fluid dynamics is even true. It's one of the Millennium Prize questions. We have not
Wait,
proved
fluid dynamics is
it
not
true.
true? We prove it true in its specialized respective, what we can observe, right? I mean, it's partially true, I guess. But what kind of certainty are you asking for true here?
Sorry, my thing broke up. I didn't hear. What did you say?
Oh god. Send help.
My thing just
Fluid dynamics.
Send help. What just happened? Send help.
Wait, what were you saying?
Fluid dynamics.
No,
Dude.
I was asking Circa because my thing cut out.
I said energy got energy.
So, do you know what the Navier-Stokes equation is?
The Navier-Stokes equation. I've heard of it. Yeah.
I actually don't know what that is.
Isn't proven yet. The Navier-Stokes equation isn't proven yet.
What is it?
So it's basically mathematical formulas about fluid mechanics.
Oh, Stokes. Did you say
forgot the exact form.
Stokes? I thought you said Snopes or Stopes. Okay, the Stokes flow. Okay.
So
Yeah,
basically, it's, as I understand it, they use I think they use what's it called, vector calculus.
It's
I
vector
think?
calculus.
It's actually it would be called tensors when it's but it's like
I mean,
vector
tensors.
calculus.
Tensors Tensors use vector calculus. It uses vector calculus.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It does technically say tensors instead of vectors. But
I mean,
the
what's wrong?
Navier scope.
How is the proof not true?
It doesn't have one yet.
Yes, it does.
Then win $1 million. But until it gets approved, which it hasn't yet, it is seen as unsolved and thus not certain to be true.
Oh, it is
Yeah,
it is
but-
generalized.
Yeah, but I was specifically asking if you guys were interested in like string theory and string theoretic cosmology.
String theory is based on general relativity, which is based on the Yang-Mills and the mass gap, which is also not proven to be true yet.
So string theory is not based on general relativity. General relativity is a theory that is four-dimensional.
I know they're different. I'm not saying general relativity. I'm saying the standard method, which is called the standard method or the general method, which string theory is based on, is in itself based on the Yang-Mills and the mass gap, which is itself unproved.
Going on in this chat.
Well, I was just curious if you guys, and I was specifically asking you guys, Anarcha and Circa, if you guys were interested in string theory.
I
Yes,
am
but not any conversation you and I would have.
I
on
am
it.
interested in string
need
theory,
someone
but that's
more
not even what you
digestible.
said, Energy. That's not even what you said.
Yeah, I did. I asked if you were interested in string theory and string theoretic cosmology.
After we waded through like 50 other subjects.
No, I was explaining how gravitons work.
That's not necessary for string theory.
Gravitons are proven. You cannot say something works this way if it's unproven.
You know what? I'm going to
Okay.
talk about something fun
Yeah.
that like everybody here can digest, including the chat. They found sugar in like far out in space. That's cool.
That's pretty cool.
Like,
Yes, I saw that.
Sugar.
Did you also see they disproved?
yeah, that's actually that's. Sorry, go ahead.
They disproved dark matter. So the
Like
paper,
They disproved sugar?
the paper which showed a mass gap in the galaxy, which could only be explained by this dark matter, was actually shown to be false.
I almost lost a piece. Fuck me, dude.
So dark matter probably doesn't exist because the paper needing an explanation which created dark matter itself was proven false.
Wait. I thought we just call dark matter something because we know that its mass should be there when we do like
Yeah,
calculations
but
on.
like the actual paper where it showed a mass difference in the galaxy, like our galaxy and Andromeda.
No. That's not really the reason why, right? I thought the reason the famous experiment or like observation, sorry, was one of in early 1900s, or I think it was like 1927. He was looking at spiral galaxies, or just galaxies in general, and he noticed that the inside was spinning as fast as the outside, which doesn't make sense for what we know about gravity.
Yeah,
So
but
It's one of many things. I think
It
what he's
could-
talking about like, you know, the cosmic web. Well, we basically did a cosmic like map of like dark matter, but it's not mapping the dark matter.
it's mapping where it
everything in
should
that,
be
like,
because of the other matter, right?
yeah.
Well, yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's mapping all the things around it, and we
Mhm.
distinctly
We
like
infer it,
found
yeah.
a weird pattern where we're like, oh shit, that's dark matter, and we like basically mapped it for the first time. We still don't fully know what it is, but it does a bunch of weird stuff that we weren't like predicting it to do. So
Yeah.
now it's like, oh shit, this is kind of big. That being said,
Oh,
anyway,
shit.
in interstellar phase, we found sugar, right? Like. So this is the first time we've ever found sugar like
Pretty
this
rad.
far off. It was discovered in a giant gas cloud near the center of the Milky Way using a radio telescope in Spain, by the way. It found erythrulose. I don't know how to like pronounce it, but it's a
Also-
4-carbon sugar and that's found in
Yeah,
raspberries
4-carbon
and
sugar.
self-tanning products. And it's a step closer to understanding how like life forms because we were not expecting to find sugar there. So this is interesting.
Sugar is interesting. That's pretty
Okay.
interesting.
Do you think if you were to make a Voyager 3,
These extra
if you were
pieces?
to make a third Voyager, what would you put on the third golden record?
Dude, I got you.
A shit ton of hentai.
Dude, no.
Like,
the
no,
song,
I'd-
the song I'd put on there, bro. Okay, give me a sec. I gotta figure this out.
A third Voyager. You know, this is a good question. I should probably make an Obsidian document about this. I'm
I
not
got it.
kidding though. I would put pornography on it because I think it's very important for them to understand like reproduction.
There is already diagrams of like one of the scientists had a wife who was pregnant at the time, and she consented to put like her like a picture of her fetus, her breastfeeding, like her pregnant on.
Yeah, but I'm going to
the-
assume we wouldn't send the third Voyager. Like, we didn't send the first and second Voyager in the same direction. I don't think we would send the third one in the same direction. So,
Yeah.
you know, there's some overlap you would have to put there. Like, you know, I like the idea of like putting all
If you
the.
look at all the interstellar objects we've sent now, they're all going in like one side at one side.
This
of
is what's
the
going on the
solar
Voyager.
system,
All right, this is what's going on the Voyager.
not at the other.
Point it up.
Have you actually ever listened to the full 8 hours of the Golden Record before? It's very interesting what they put on and what they put on the back. I would actually, if I would put anything on the Golden Record,
I don't think this
Then-
represents humanity. I would put Shakira before I would put that Circa. Just saying.
Dude, aggression.
I'd put her
that's
singing about.
humanity.
No, I think if there's anybody that represents humanity, it's Shakira.
That's honestly, actually, that's pretty.
Shakira,
That's pretty. Yeah, I agree.
but like, I'd put the golden ratio, the square root of 2.
Don't we already have the golden ratio, the Fibonacci Lespiro?
It's not on there. It's not on the golden record already.
Fucking, we
that
suck.
on there. I'll
Put an
put the
Xbox
golden-
360 and load it with every single game about humanity killing aliens, and like just send it out as a threat, as a warning.
Okay.
There's a pattern you can do which does every square root of all the numbers, and I'll do it up to 27. So that basically just before it overlaps itself, or for like 2 laps, I'll do that. So it would have every single square root. I'd have it contain pi. I'd have it contain the golden ratio, the silver ratio. I'd have
Crazy.
it contain all these mathematical things, like I'd have it contain Euler's number and E, like everything like that I could put, I would put.
Yeah. I mean, science is supposedly the universal language, so I imagine if we start putting things that are like, you know, obviously you would have to put hydrogen, you know, that's standard, and that's what we did
And
do.
helium.
If we could somehow represent a Planck length, that'd be awesome. We'd have to come up with some type of like universal language. I would probably try to use the elements to describe math, and then use math to describe
What's going
measurements,
on with
and
your
use
mind?
measurements and
can use measurements to
It's
describe
energy.
where the fuck we are
Energy.
and how to contact us.
Oh wait, we use a pulsar map. We used that's the tattoo I want too.
No, pulsar maps are not as reliable as we thought because pulsars like shift, so they're not reliable.
Hey,
long.
I'll put
Hey,
a pulsar
don't
map
ruin my
and a
tattoo idea, you
neutron
fuck.
star map.
could you do this to me?
I'm sorry.
So-
I didn't tell you when you first got the tattoo because I didn't
Oh,
want to
I don't have the tattoo. I just one I wanted.
No,
I'm
you
safe.
told me about the tattoo like literally like what, a month ago?
I know,
think
and
on
I'm
stream?
safe now. I haven't gotten it yet. I'm not gonna look like a
Oh.
fool.
Hey,
Well, I don't think you would look like a fool because I mean scientists still want to use it, but they did say that it was a rushed idea and they didn't think about the implications of pulsars shifting, which means they wouldn't be able to find us with it. So they're like, oh fuck.
yeah,
If we made another Voyager disc, we probably wouldn't use pulsars.
you
so-
should put pulsars and quasars.
But
Because quasars and pulsars would mean that you could that it wouldn't be as accurate as you possibly could get, but it would definitely be a lot more accurate than if you didn't.
I would try to like do as much National Geographic shit as I can, like like videos about like toucans and shit like that, because even if they don't understand what we're saying in those, like it's a good representation of what like Earth looks like and what's the fuck's going on and what life is like as well. So just like put like fucking a tetrabyte of like animal sounds, fucking like
But
all
we
the
don't know how
animals.
we don't know how they see. Like we see in red, green, and blue, but we don't know how they see. What if they see on the infrared spectrum? What if they see on the ultraviolet?
You have to make assumptions, and I'm gonna assume that if the eyeball keeps on popping up in evolution, that there's someone out there that can see shit. Like,
No,
it's-
because, there are certain snakes with ultraviolet in the eyes in the ultraviolet spectrum. Octopus. The octopus is less closely related to us than a banana is. Their closest relatives are like scallops and mollusks and things like that. So we shouldn't assume. We shouldn't assume
you
on
have to make
them.
assumptions, though. That's the thing. Like, we have to make assumptions, like when we're doing this, and it's like I'd rather make.
The whole point of the golden record is we couldn't make assumptions.
What do you mean? We made a shit ton of assumptions in the golden record.
We need
We
to
made a
have
shit ton of them.
less assumptions, more certainty, and the more certainty and the less assumptions we make, the better.
I agree with that, but also I feel like there's some things that are just worth it off the off chance that like I think it's a pretty safe assumption that vision is required to become like a spacefarer. Like is probably common, maybe not required, but very common to become like spacefaring and to like work with tools and stuff, and is very like advantageous. I mean, like we could do grooves and stuff like that, but then it like assumes that they have nerves and can feel stimuli the same way we do, and like it's just a shit ton of like. No matter what, you're gonna be making an assumption. Whether the
I would
assumption is that
put-
they know what hydrogen is, whether it's the assumption
put
that they have
thin film
tactile
interference.
feeling.
Do you know thin film interference? Should we use thin film interference to display every single frequency, or should we use refraction?
I don't know what that. I don't know the difference, and I'm not like educated in that, but I think that we should just put every single way that we know right now. Like we know that people can see, so we should put some visual things. We know that people can feel, so maybe we should put some things that they can feel. And we know that like a lot of things can hear, so we could put things that they can hopefully hear. And we should, do our best. But like in the end of the day, we're hoping that they can hear the frequency. We're hoping that they can see
Such
the
a good
color.
man, Kay.
We're hoping that they can. Huh?
Such a good man.
Why? I don't understand.
You are. Always thinking about the good stuff.
thin film is
Did I
interference.
just stun lock you? I'm sorry.
I just don't know what the implication of what you meant are. Maybe I'm having like
No,
an
I was not
autistic
being
moment.
ironic. I'm sorry.
I just don't know where it came from. That's all. I'm just like, oh, okay.
I think I came into what you were saying, like I didn't have the full idea, and I just heard something I liked and said, so did it come in at the wrong time?
Well, I don't know. Wait, what are you referencing? I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know.
I'm just saying,
know.
you're a good man.
Thank you, I guess.
But I didn't actually hear the entirety of what you were saying, so maybe it just came out of nowhere in the wrong spot.
Okay, in spectroscopy, there's two very easy methods to split light away from each other. You can use thin film interference, where
You just
on
use like a
the
prism.
atom layer, on the angstrom layer, you have atoms go from shallow to deeper, and only the frequency of light, the exact depth of that film, isn't interfered with, and everything else interferes with every single other frequency, and only one frequency is reflected. You can also do this with structure. You can have structure-based and structure-based interference, which only output a certain frequency of light. So I would have them both side by side, both thin film interference and refraction from radio wave to X-ray and into gamma ray. Of which exact frequency do they
That was
reflect?
intense.
Is this easy to do? Like, is this something that you like that we can easily like
You
pass?
can do,
Like,
you can just calculate the angstroms of the frequency of light. No, okay, that's how. If we do a thin film like this, it'll output this frequency of light. If we do
Okay.
it like this big, it'll do this frequency of light.
well, if it's easy to like do and we can do it for a lot of things, then yeah, sure. Like, but also, I'm not gonna lie, the Voyagers and everything we're doing is like literally a Hail Mary. Like, the likelihood that the Voyagers or anything like that is going to be what's found if we do actually make like contact with life that's intelligent is very, very low. Very, very low. Like, actually, I would put it on the damn near impossible that they will find life.
Right. There was actually an interview with a scientist, and he said the most likely proof of life you would find is like archaea life or bacteria. Like,
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to find that within, like, by 2050 when we go, like, between, like, the Martian sample retrieval mission, between drilling into Europa and doing the plumes of Enceladus and our Titan mission, we're going to probably find, if there is life in our solar system within, like, reasonable distance to us, it's going to be found on one of those in one of our you know, missions, and those are all soon missions. So
one of the
as long
water
as
moons of Saturn or Jupiter, the water moon.
yes, that's Enceladus and Europa.
There's actually one or two around. There's actually a bit.
A muffin.
They're actually like, I think Ganymede is also a water moon.
It might be. I'm not 100. I can't remember like what's going on with Ganymede. So yeah, you would know better than me. But what I do know
Also,
is Enceladus and Europa are water moons that have a
They're
lot
the
of.
most
Geysers.
likely water moons.
One of them has geysers.
Because Ganymede
They have
Ganymede
geysers,
would
yes.
have layers like lasagna layers of water, ice, water, ice, water, ice, and Neptune and Uranus has them, but they're too cold, and if any was closer to the sun, that would be too hot.
I stand by my statement. I think we're gonna find life. Enceladus Europa, or Mars, and relatively soon.
Remember, when it comes to like finding life, we kind of only know what life looks like on our planet, right? So I think
Yeah.
Carl Sagan kind of, one of his really good thoughts he has in Contact, right? He tries to imagine what like a silicon-based life form would be like, and I feel like, well, there's definitely like the regions for it, right? Like the regions for life on Europa. So we might find something that, you know, doesn't like maybe won't qualify for what we call life, but technically could still be life. I don't know. Depends.
The definition of life needs rework anyway.
Yeah.
Just like the definition of Pluto. After I destroyed and dismantled Pluto. By the way, they announced a week after I went on that like panel to like fucking talk about Pluto. By the way, they announced that they're thinking of reclassifying Pluto. And you know why? It's because a fucking like little girl wrote them a note asking them to. I'm not kidding. NASA went, yes, we're actually legitimately, and I'm over here like,
It already happened. If you look at your history in the 1800s, we had classified 8 objects in the. Actually, it was 10 objects in the asteroid belt as planets. Pluto isn't the only former planet. It isn't the
I know.
only anything.
I think there's 32 planets in our solar system. So, like by my definition of what a planet is.
What is
So.
your definition?
Okay, let me pull it up. I got you. This is actually a fun rant. Like this is probably the most amount of work I've put into something.
Some of those
because
moons are pretty damn big, right?
I'm co-publishing with my fiance a science opinion piece that we're going to actually like go through her college to get published, because my fiance is a published author for some science work. So
cool.
I am hoping to that she'll help me co-publish this.
I mean,
but anyway,
some of those moons that you probably have included
Yes.
in, right, are pretty
yes,
fucking big.
I have moons in there too.
They're pretty
Okay,
big.
so here's the definition I have right now. I do put in a piece here that you could add 2 other things if you wanted to really be picky. But I put my definition for me is a planet is a substellar celestial body that A, possesses a sufficient self-gravity to overcome rigid body forces and assume a gravitationally rounded spheroid shape. B, sits below the mass threshold for sustained nuclear fusion. C, exhibits at least 2 of the following traits. A, differential interior, with a historical persistent geological activity, or a historical I fucked that up. Sorry. Let me try to say it again.
I kind of get it though. You're kind of
Wait.
creating a definition that doesn't just include. It's not just size, right? It actually has some interesting stuff.
C, so it exhibits at least 2 of the following traits: a differentiated interior, a historical persistent geological activity, or historical persistent atmosphere. And with this, the current list of planets would be Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, Eris, Ceres, Makemake, Haumea, Luna, our moon, Io, Europa, Ganymede, Callisto, Mimes, Enceladus, Tithes, Dione, this is where I don't know how to pronounce some of them, Rhea, Titan, Lapidus, Miranda, Ariel, Umbriel, Titania, Oberon, Triton, Charon. And then here is 5 possible planets that might be added because they haven't gone over full review yet. Quaoar, Sedna, Orcus, Salacia, and Gong. Gongong.
Series would also be included because
Already
it's
mentioned
just.
series.
Oh.
There you go. I just copy and pasted the list. Again,
There's,
Mercury, Venus,
also
Mars, Jupiter.
There's a
So-
second spherical asteroid, but I forget what its name is called.
So your definition, including the spheroid thing, is to get rid of, objects that don't have enough mass to essentially like almost perfectly rounded out, right? I'm assuming it gets rid of like
It doesn't need to
asteroids
be
that are
perfectly
oblong and
rounded
everything.
out. I did. It doesn't actually get rid of oblong. Unfortunately, well, it does and doesn't. It depends on how loose you want to be with.
But there's
the
like a scope to
definition,
it in
because
that
there-
regard.
because there's two, there's I think which dwarf planet rotates so fast that it's not round anymore?
Jeez.
What's the
And then
Haumea.
and
So
then the
I
volcanic
listed
activity thing,
Haumea.
right? And then fusion. I think you said you needed to have a center that was.
Yeah, I'll break
capable of
down why I
fusion, yeah.
said this, but
Makes sense
Haumea
to me.
is oval shaped, but it's considered the dwarf planet in the Kuiper Belt. The reason why is because under the current NASA definition, the differentiated interior, the way that they like kind of define that is like it's on like a spectrum. It's on this weird scale, but basically,
if you also Pluto has a second dwarf planet and they also co-orbit.
yes, that I
You
agree that
agree-
if you have I agree that moons can be planets, and that if you're co-orbiting a what do you call it, an anchor point, but it's not called an anchor point in
It's called the
Astrophysics.
gravitational center.
yeah, but there's another name for it. What do you call the point that two planets orbit around each other?
There was Lagrange point.
Lagrange. Yeah. No. The Berry Center. Thank you. A Berry Center. Berry Center. A Berry Center is a shared center of mass where gravitational pull. The Lagrange point is where orbital satellites like chill, like with
I
like
disagree
Saturn.
with your
The L3 and
definition.
the L4 Lagrange point is where like most of it's
I
like.
agree with your definition because Jupiter is just close enough. Jupiter is just close enough and just heavy enough where the actual point which it rotates around and when the sun rotates around isn't located inside the sun.
Yeah.
So you would have to account for that. You would have to account for Jupiter and Sun technically co-orbiting each other.
Yes, I do account for this.
Do you account for the Trojans and the Greeks in Jupiter's orbit?
What?
Trojans and Greek. Is this the L4 and L4 and L5 Lagrange point?
Of
Like
Jupiter, yeah.
debris.
Yeah.
Yes, I do account for it.
That's kind of interesting.
Okay. Do you account for exoplanets? Because under NASA's definition, we only have 7 planets in the universe.
Actually,
The universe?
well,
Universe?
Yes.
Universe.
yes, you're
Because-
right. Because Mercury is not technically a planet either under NASA's definition, but they kind of just,
Included.
they kind of just like count it because they don't want to say it's not a planet. But because it doesn't have a different, no, I use differentiated interior. What do they use? They oh my god, what did they? I have their fucking stupid definition. Where is it? Oh yeah, because Mercury is not in hydrostatic equilibrium. That's the fucking dumbass
It's not in a
terminology they use.
hydrostatic equilibrium, and also because it's so close to the sun, its orbit is relativistic, not Newtonian.
Ooh,
So
that's a good point
technically-
that I didn't even consider. Yeah, nice.
Interesting.
Because and that was actually a big problem before Lorentz, before Einstein. There was no way to actually count. There was actually, we actually invented a planet, a minor planet inside Mercury's orbit to account for the relativistic effect of Mercury's orbit in that basin of the sun. And what you also need to account for is Mercury has a sodium tail. Venus has an oxygen tail, and the moon has a sodium tail also.
I'll bring the spice.
Okay, but I do want to like lock in with Circa here and try to. Okay, so like and break down some stuff here. So Circa,
Mhm.
like the reason I built my definition the way I did, because I have like a document of like 20 other versions of this definition that like I had to like slowly reform.
Yeah,
and,
yeah,
like,
I-
and this
I
is the
get
one
it.
that won out. So substellar celestial body, so not a star. Just plainly, we're not classifying stars as planet. They have different functions, right? Like the first question I had to ask myself is, what do we mean by planet? And I tried to not do like too many leaps and try to like work backwards from a conclusion. Like I wasn't trying to be like, oh, Pluto's a planet. I was just so pissed off. Like Pluto's what like showed me how fucking ass our definition of a planet was. And while I think Pluto's a planet, I was like,
You can't actually define stars that way because Y-type brown dwarf. Y-type cold brown dwarfs exist, so you can't actually define suns that way and stars that way.
well, I account for this as well, which is why the next part is possesses B sits below the mass threshold for sustained nuclear fusion, which a brown dwarf does not. So
A brown dwarf actually does have the mass to have sustained nuclear.
oh. Okay, there we go. Sorry, damn, that was abrupt. I thought we were gonna like be like, hey guys, sorry, but we're gonna
alright.
like take it private for a little. But we just jumped.
He'll be right.
I feel bad. He had some good stuff though. I mean, he's asking all the right questions, but
I
I,
like
feel like
Gino.
I keep on getting cut off. And
G-Not's cool.
you know what?
I like G-Not. He's cool.
Yeah. I do too. Sorry, G-Not. It was a sacrifice that we were willing to make. Anyway, so,
Hey, McGroofus.
oh hey Groofy, how you doing?
Fucking
Listen, I'm
Trump,
gonna wait
bro.
for him.
Wait for who?
Oh, for Groofus to respond
Oh,
before
yeah,
we
yeah.
continue.
You need to make sure your volume's good, right? I have my.
What do you mean by my volume?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay.
I mean, for me, you're a bit like quiet. Like for you personally, I
sorry,
haven't turned
G-Not,
up to
by the
like
way.
200.
I want to talk to Kay just for a second, so that's why I moved.
Okay. Do you want to continue with the star thing, or did you want to,
Yeah, you can if you want.
or like with? Okay.
I'm reading.
Yeah,
I'm
so
reading at the
to
same
break
time, so that's why.
To break down the definition, I'll go back to a planet is a substellar celestial body, so that gets rid of stars, like pretty much, right? Like we're like
He's doing the Pluto
we're gonna
thing.
knock them. Yes, yes, I'm doing the Pluto thing.
What? What does that mean?
It's not, it's not black hole. It's not like white hole. It's not wormhole, right? So we're talking about something specific here. That's just to like narrow it down. Possesses sufficient self-gravity to overcome rigid body forces and assume a gravitationally rounded spheroid shape. This is to basically eliminate asteroids and asteroid belts and anything that might be like weird, like the
Yeah, that's why. That's
You know
why I
that,
mentioned it would, that's what I was trying to say. Is it would get rid of smaller objects that don't make a spheroid shape,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
and then like weird things like what if like 3A Atlas or 3I, sorry, Atlas, like orbited somewhere? It's like, well, that wouldn't really be a planet, right? It's like a weird shape. It's not what we mean by planet. And like the whole time I had to think in my head of like, what do we mean by planet? And I was trying not to like jump to any conclusions, but there's a few things I wanted to like be like clear of like we have the thing I mean, like when we're talking about planet, we obviously mean like a rounded rock thing that has like unique features about it. That's like, and I was like, now how do you like say that scientifically and like give it enough constraint that it still can be like tested? And right now, the definition by NASA is what you would call a location-based definition. I am trying to do a like like a geocentric definition.
A geocentric definition?
Yeah, like that like focuses on like the features of the thing we're describing rather than where it is.
What do you mean by where it is versus? I'm confused.
So yeah, the current definition.
I actually
By
don't
the
know.
way, there's
I actually
two
don't know the current definition.
Also,
Dude, fuck your website, Trump.
I'm
I
just
will
bringing it.
literally end you, dude. I fucking hate this dude. He's so annoying, bro.
So there's two definitions, by the way, that they came out. There's the one that they had a resolution on, and then there's the one that like they're like, oh, this is what we kind of vaguely mean, but there was never passed by a resolution, so I kind of ignore that one because it's not like real. But the one that was passed by a resolution in 2009, instead of the revised version that didn't pass any resolution, is a star, or sorry, a planet is must meet three categories. It needs to orbit around the sun, it needs to be in hydrostatic equilibrium, and it needs to have cleared its neighborhood. Those, like, in simple terms, right? The problem with this definition is that in orbit around the sun, well, the sun is our sun. It didn't say a star, it says the sun, which means that any exoplanets, any planets, any rogue planets don't count. Any planets orbiting any other of our neighbor stars don't technically count as, and that's what your friend was saying when he was like, technically, you know, by the definition, they only recognize 7 planets in the entire universe. That's what he means.
I don't like that definition.
And then the next part, hydrostatic equilibrium. Well, this is weird because like, what did like? It's weird because like, one, like these celestial bodies are made out of different stuff. So you have like water worlds. Like,
you have like Jupiter, which is you know much different, right?
Like icy planets, you have gas planets and stuff. So you can have like if you took like Enceladus, an icy moon of Saturn, and you plopped it into an orbit, it would become like its own planet. And if you take like a rocky object like Vesta from the asteroid belt, it would not be, because Vesta, even though it's like big, it doesn't have like hydrostatic equilibrium. So it's like it gets like weird. But like the only reason that Enceladus has hydrostatic equilibrium is because it's made out of ice and not rock. So it's like, okay, so are we like, it just becomes weird like that. And cleared its neighborhood is weird because they've never like, they don't define what that means by cleared your neighborhood. And they didn't like publish any guidelines. So a lot of people like speculate, what does that mean? Because like what was mentioned before, in the L4 and L5 of Lagrange points of Jupiter, you have like a bunch of like shit that's like spread around. So a lot of scientists use something called Soder's I think it's mu. Soder's mu,
is saying Lagrange after saying L5 necessary? I feel like Lagrange is kind of like a made up. You just kind of make up Lagranges with functions, if I'm mistaken, in math, right? So I'm just curious.
It's specific points on the Lagrange that I'm trying to.
The L means Lagrange, I think,
Yeah.
right? Okay, good. I was wondering why you're saying L5
that is what it means.
Lagrange.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to, I don't know, clarify, I guess, for people. But they use Soder's mu, which is the planetary discriminant, to basically be like, oh, well, it has to be, it can't be like anywhere, like, it can't be anything significant. So like little debris and shit can exist, but it can't be significant enough to affect what's in orbit. But then you get weird, right? Because you can put a hypothetical, like, what if we
I guess
took
it's called a liberation point. a liberation point, Lagrangian liberation point. So it should be called an LL5. Interesting.
What the fuck is a planet? It's a planet that orbits a black hole.
A planet.
Yeah. And then, so if you took Mars and you moved it to the Oort cloud, it technically doesn't clear its orbit. But what is weird is that even though it doesn't clear its orbit, technically there's nothing in the Oort cloud because it's so spread apart that would interfere with Mars's gravitational orbit. So technically, there's nothing would really change other than its orbit would have other things around it. But since it's so like spread out, nothing would affect Mars. So does Mars not become a planet? This is what we mean by location. It's like all parts of it, almost all parts of the definition is like a planet is only a planet depending on where it is in a solar system rather than what it is. So it's like, oh, it's only a planet if it's not orbiting another bigger object. It's only a planet if it like clears this amount of other things around it. It's only a planet if it's like this close to this particular star. This is bad, but that's why I wanted to something more tangible and testable. So I called it geocentric, but I guess you would call it a geophysical definition.
Geophysical?
So I'm trying to describe, yeah, geophysical, which means I'm trying to describe the characteristics of what a planet is, regardless of where it would be in an orbit. So a planet would be a planet no matter where it is, basically, because it's the defining characteristics. And I focused on geophysical, not only because it's testable, verifiable, and like I said, focuses on the planet, not the location, but I think that's what we're trying to describe when we're talking about like these celestial objects. We're trying to, like, when you think about what's the difference between a planet in, like, let's say an asteroid, I think if you really boil it down, you're like, oh, well, planets have something unique geophysically going on with them, right? They're not just like floating rocks. There's shit going on. They have earthquakes, they have lightning, they have atmosphere, they have differentiated interiors, they have, like, you know, volcanoes and like molten cores and stuff, but they all have a combination of those things, which made the definition really hard when I was defining it. So, but would you agree with like that thought process so far of like where I'm going with this?
I think so. It's actually
Okay.
something I'm not really too familiar with. So it looks like Yellow G-Nod's trying to ask you something, but
Oh, yellow. Okay, sorry. The definition is wrong. Tell me, what if a star travels within 1 light year, millions of years in the future? What if we transfer a planet? Ask them what then? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm sorry. Could you be like more clear, like with what you're asking? Sorry.
got him.
I will. But I will continue. So substellar, not black hole, not star, not wormhole, none of that. So those are its own thing. Possess self-sufficient gravity to overcome rigid body. It's not an asteroid. It has to be. This gives it kind of a soft size requirement where you're like, oh, it needs to at least be put together enough and big enough that it's kind of round, right? Like, this gets rid of like all the little rocks and shit floating around. Sits below the mass threshold for sustained nuclear fusion. This is basically to get rid of brown dwarfs, because as I was trying to like state earlier,
I feel like what he just said is not true. We've had 4 billion years around the sun so far right now, right? I don't really see why 70 million years more would somehow make what he just said true.
Later in the future, like 70 million years, a star will orbit within 0.1 light years. Is that when we have the Milkdromeda?
My God, bro, he's fucking still doing this.
An encounter with a 0.1 light year happens once every 40 to 100 million years, such as a premium future flyby of the star Galaxy 710. Okay, but what I don't understand what he means by this, though. Okay, but what is their question that you're trying to ask? Sorry, Yellow. Also, back to that. So, getting rid of thresholds for sustained nuclear fusion gets rid of brown dwarfs. because brown dwarfs don't have enough mass to sustain normal hydrogen nuclear fusion. But they could briefly do it, which is why you have the sustained.
Sustained. Okay.
Yeah. And then C, the last part of the definition, exhibits at least 2 of the following traits. Now, the reason I gave it 2 is because like one by itself would like add in a bunch of like asteroids and random like small celestial objects, but like I said, all these planets, like the things we think about planets, such as having like a core or having like weather or having some type of like activity like rain and stuff happening on the surface, a lot of planets have 2 of those, or like a lot of celestial objects have 2 of those, but not 3. So it's like, and if it starts getting weird if you are like, oh, it needs all 3, you start losing a shit ton of like things that we obviously call planets. So I was trying to find like the middle ground, and the middle ground seems to be like 2 out of 3. So the 2 out of 3 traits I made is a differentiated interior. So that's like having like layers, like a core, a like melted metal, and like different rock levels in different metals like being like weighted. This is important also for like when we're gonna get into like gas planets. That's why that's also becomes important, because gas planets would not be planets under my definition without it. So
freaking Jupiter be damned.
Yeah. Historical persistent geological activity. So the reason I put historical is because of like planets like Mars that like lose their activity over time.
Does it still have that, just what is it, fusion part of your definition from the third part? Because it's
yeah, it
it's
can't
large
sustain
enough, right?
Nuclear fusion. No, it would not sustain nuclear fusion.
I thought
that's why it's a planet and not a.
The third part of your definition, what was it again? It was it wasn't. I don't think
Well,
it was
no,
sustained.
There's 3. There's A, possess sufficient self-gravity to overcome body
spheroid
forces
thing, yeah.
and assume gravitationally around a spheroid. B is sits below the mass threshold for sustained
okay, there
nuclear
we go. There we go.
fusion.
That's what I was. Okay.
So like it's never going to become a star.
There we go. Okay.
Hopefully.
That one's
right?
the eliminate stars.
Yeah. See, so exhibits at least 2 of the following: a differentiated interior, so like, like crust, mantle, core,
okay.
heavy metals get sorted, blah blah blah. Historical persistent geological activity, so it means it couldn't have just been like a small whiff, because like asteroids, comets, and stuff
Sometimes
do get
can do that,
temporary
yeah.
atmospheres.
Yeah.
So it needs to have been persistent, which means like a long time. And historical, I added for the celestial bodies that like lost it, right? Like I think Mercury, maybe. I think it was maybe Mercury doesn't have an atmosphere anymore, or it doesn't. Well, like or like some of them don't have like
it does.
geological activity anymore.
It's very yeah. I think that would probably be more likely.
And then a historical persistent atmosphere. So like it's for the ones that don't have an atmosphere anymore, and historical persistent geological activity,
it's like
because
very weak. It's a pretty weak atmosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this like, over time planets seem to like kind of die, if you will, and like they lose some of these categories. And then it's like, oh, then it's not a planet anymore. So that's why I was like, well, it had to have had that for a very long amount of time, either before or now, right? So, and then that puts us at, so that's like the thinking behind the definition. I do make an amendment where I say optional, if you really care, I would suggest a 400 kilometer diameter like size limit, if a size limit is required by the scientific community. And if they do not want moons to be planets, you could put is not orbiting another celestial body or another planet. So like, but I don't agree with those, which is why I put them as optional instead of like recommended, right? I don't recommend them, but I put it as like the science community might like want to take that into account. The reason I wouldn't want it, like the reason why I think moons should be planets if they meet this requirement is because like when 2 stars orbit each other, we don't say one's a star and one's like a mini star, right? Or like a satellite star. We say it's
Sometimes
a binary
we do
star.
when we say quasars, right? When we have a larger star that like eats the other star alive. But I don't think in the same context you're saying.
Yeah. So I'm trying to like get rid of that, but also I again do not like location based of like, okay, so location is like it would have been a planet if it wasn't like orbiting Jupiter or Saturn, but since it is, it's not a planet, because now we're getting back to, we're just talking about location rather than like the actual features of what we're trying to describe. So I like err off of the caution of that. And I do suggest like classifications of planets. And also this keeps all 8 classical planets. This grants 5 dwarf planets planethood, and this grants 19 moons planethood, which there's like 200 and something moons. Like, so like in our solar system. So I wanted to make sure I said the right thing.
The list was kind of interesting. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter. Then we have Ceres, Makemake.
Well, I made
Makemake.
Yeah, I made a list of subcategories as well, because this is the problem right now of like what I don't like about like them saying dwarf planet and exoplanet. Exoplanet and dwarf planet aren't subcategories of a planet.
Don't they just describe contextually that they kind of just travel throughout the universe, aimless, right? I think for exoplanet, or no?
That's what a rogue planet is. That's what a rogue planet.
Rogue planet.
So this was my suggestion, is that subcategories is what they get returned to instead of separate categories, because they should be subcategories of planet. So they're all planets.
That makes sense
to
me.
Meet planet definition, but there's subcategories to describe like why they're not like.
I mean, that makes sense to me.
Why they're doing different things. So we have exoplanets, you know, planets that are in other systems. Dwarf planets can go back to like, you can be like, you could describe it as like major, minor, like they're just like, you could just be like, there's a size thing. But dwarf planets would just be planets, just small, right? Rogue planet, planets that don't orbit anything. Dead planet, a planet that has suffered a catastrophic event, leaving its remnants. Satellite planet, or moon planet, for which would probably be the colloquial term that people use. A planet that orbits another planet. Twin planets, planets that orbit a barycenter. So, planet that orbits black hole. And then this is a new term that I don't know if it's a new term. It's probably been used before, but I put stellar remnants to like describe shit that's like fucking floating around that like aren't planets, aren't asteroids, and aren't anything else that's been defined during this period. So okay,
that's kind of interesting.
I'm gonna look back at your chat.
Can you because it's hard for me to pay attention to the entirety of it. I actually don't know really anything about what you were saying. Do you have anything in writing I could read too? A lot of the stuff I honestly don't really know anything about.
I do have like anything in writing, as in the stuff like stuff for you to look at to like learn about this,
whatever
or
you feel
like
like you can.
Yeah.
Just
because I'm still working on it. Like this is a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It'd probably be easier for me to digest it right now too, or whenever I get to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Because right now this is all a work in progress, and I'm writing off the draft. I passed it off to my fiance to do a lot of like research and like editing and suggestions, and she's like, you know, trying to poke holes in certain things, and like we're going back and forth, and that's why I have like 20 something plus like versions of this definition that has finally led to that clean. And then we've also used AI to like be like feed it to AI and be like, hey, is there any like failure points, or like what's the weakest point, blah blah blah, and it does not hold back on roasting you apparently on like scientific papers, bro. It's like, oh yeah, well, have you ever fucking thought about this, you retard? Like it's like, god damn, bro.
Are you talking about AI, right? Sorry.
Yeah,
I have mine set to a pretty aggressive setting against me, and like all my things, my video analysis stuff, to see whether or not I'm like being too mean and stuff like that. It's pretty brutal on me. I have to put it to like a point where sometimes I noticed it was like in service of that, just completely neglecting like the argument itself. for like what was going on and was just like trying to just shit on me. And I'm like, come on, man. Like, at least like, you know, just in case, you know, contextually, if there's like a reason for it, be like normal. Don't be weird. I might set out to be really mean.
Yeah, but once I clean it up a little bit more, I mean, I could send you like core parts if you want to. Like, I can take the points that I'm pretty confident on, like the definition, some of like the breakdown of the definition, the subcategories and stuff, and like, you know, and as well as some sources and some like examples of why we like some examples we pulled of.
Dude, our fucking
like, why
government's retarded, man. They're fucking pissing me off. Sorry, I'm reading whitehouse.gov shit right now at the same time, and
yeah,
it's like he just thinks that like executive orders means that he can do whatever the fuck he wants. Like, yeah, the Secretary of Secretary of Energy, probably.
yeah. Also,
I don't know,
your
actually.
friend Yellowstone wants to join, and I need to turn on AC before it. Sorry, you were actually asking me? I can look it up right now. What do you want to? Who is it?
It's not telling me which secretary. That's why I'm kind of confused. Is Donald
Well, Chris
Trump?
Wright is the Secretary of Energy. Right
I know, but it just says the secretary right here.
Yeah.
I'm assuming
Oh.
it's Secretary of Energy, but he needs the Secretary of Commerce. Yeah, Secretary of Commerce. It has the ability, let's see, authorized to and shall establish program to incentivize new investment in U.S. production facilities to produce primary aluminum. Maybe you should have thought about this before you fucking put tariffs on it, you stupid fuck. That'd probably be smart. Authorized to solicit and accept onshoring plans from companies. Any onshoring plan shall at least include a commitment. I fucking hope so. If the plan is approved to build, okay. Refurbish or expand a facility in the U.S. that will produce primary aluminum. And a commitment that the construction will start by January 20th, 2029. Authorized to approve onshoring plans described in A. Shall, deemed appropriate, shall consider all relevant factors. Okay. And then import. Oh my fucking god, dude. So if you're a foreign company in a foreign country, okay, and you want to like just make Trump look good and build a factory here, he'll let you just import the fucking aluminum regents into the US and then just make it so you can take all the money and go back to your fucking country with it. That'd be great. It's awesome, dude.
Only if they invest in Trump coin, right?
Yeah, pretty much. We get like a few jobs maybe, but other than that, it's like, okay, cool.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna turn on my AC now, and Yellowstone is talking in chat. If I don't know,
Yeah, I
what
see
you
that.
want to do there.
I see that. I mean, I'm sure he's aware of the problems, Yellowstone. It seemed like he kind of was when he was talking to you, at least in my opinion. Authorized to take all actions appropriate to implement and effectuate this program. That's kind of ridiculous thing to type. No, I'm gonna move into some politics, I think.
Okay, I'm back, and just to, what happened? Sorry, just to catch up.
It's just really vague fucking wording in this that just like this line. Secretary authorized to take all actions that are appropriate to implement and effectuate the program. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, we can't do this
don't.
anyway unless you want
All actions? What do you mean? Yeah, what is all actions?
Yeah, it's purposely vague and it means nothing. Plus, companies, the reason we don't really have aluminum in this country is because it's not profitable anymore. And tariffs didn't really help with that. Unless he wants to like literally welfare fund you know, the companies. I don't know. I don't really know what to tell them. He should have thought about that before he just put tariffs on. What else we got here? Oh, this one was funny. You might find this one funny. Dude, fact sheet. President Donald J. Trump announces trade deal with Jordan. Agreement between the United States of America and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Oh, I fucking hate his website, dude. Can you fuck off, bro? God. Emphasizing their shared values, including recognizing the special bonds of friendship and cooperation between them.
Jordan.
Why is this,
I mean, you
why
know,
is this
I've always
written
felt
like this, dude?
very.
It's written so
Wait,
weird.
why are we cozying up to Jordan?
I don't.
What's going on though? Like,
I don't know.
what can they offer us? Like, I'm wondering, like, what's in it for him?
Well, they're gonna be able. They're gonna make sure they don't put tariffs on our cheese and meat. Am I okay?
Who cares?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know how to answer that question. I'm fine.
Wait, are you okay?
What is happening? I am reading Trump's WhiteHouse.gov, and that's heart attack inducing most times. So this is political, yeah. It's a relationship with Jordan where the agreement itself can be nullified if the other party says, I don't like this anymore. Either party may terminate the agreement by providing a written notice. If either party considers that the other party has not complied with the provision, the party may review the terms of the agreement and take action. Yeah, not if I just say, psych, later. See you later, dude. Fuck you. What else we got? Made in America week.
Sounds good.
It's worthless. Okay.
I love the things made in America, like Ford. Everybody knows Ford's the best car brand. You know, when people think reliability, they say Ford.
Can you dig a little into F1? Why Bahrain GP in Malaysia? What's GP mean? And what is F1?
Like Formula One?
Oh yeah, I guess so. Oh yeah, this one. Why Bahrain Grand Prix in Malaysia? Probably because Bahrain is not safe. What do you mean? No, you can't have this sporting event in the middle of a fucking war. Bahrain's not very big, man. Bahrain's getting fucking, you know, slammed by missiles from Iran. It's not very big. Yeah. It's not a big country. It's not a big country, bro. It's right here. Look at this. It's a pretty small country, man. I'm not kidding. It's pretty small. So, yeah, they can't do anything. We also have, since our military base is like, where is it? Right here? We have a military base right here somewhere. Can't remember. Maybe it's here. I don't know. It doesn't matter. The point is, it's really small and it's too dangerous. That would definitely be why. Well, that was fast. Look at me. I'm a genius. Google Maps, baby.
You covered the Canadian tariffs as well, right?
They're so dumb. Oh my fucking. They're so dumb, bro. He's so mad that Canada. One, a lot of them are just boycotting our alcohol. Not really. It's not like Canada's really putting tariffs on it. So he's upset about alcohol because our alcohol companies are suffering because there's a lot of money for alcohol companies from Canadians who cross the border to buy alcohol. They have like acceptable limits to bring back the amount of alcohol they buy, right? So they're like boycotting it. So Trump's being stupid about that. He put 10% tariffs on alcohol, and then he's still upset about the cheese and dairy, which Canada has a massive industry for. So they have tariffs on that because they're protecting their industry. So.
And it's not even that like high of a tariff in comparison to like
no, the Canadian.
I don't know if you've looked at like
the Canadian tariffs for dairy and cheese specifically are straight up countervailance. They're countervailance tariffs.
Oh, they are? Okay.
But I mean,
well, maybe I'm thinking of Japan's.
Why would you care about those ones? Like Canada is trying to protect they're doing what tariffs are for. It's like, what are you doing? It's like,
I just looked it up. I was thinking of Japan's tariff. It's not like Japan's on us isn't that high.
And then the auto stuff.
So
he's putting 10% auto tariffs, which I have no idea why he's doing that. That's not really how it works. American companies just import assembled cars from Canada, so it's just gonna hurt the U.S. consumer again. I don't get it at all.
Because he's a good businessman. I mean, it's all posturing, right? Like, there's not even actually an agenda behind why like his cabinet would want this, right? Because like most things are his cabinet whispering in his ear, like, hey, this is how I see this situation. You can win over the public if you do this. But like, isn't like the tariffs thing just like literally him just like,
I mean, Peter
being mad?
Navarro is his like one of his lead economic advisors.
Yeah.
I'll give you some insight on him, okay? Peter Navarro went to Harvard. For all intents and purposes, he should have been someone who was a good economist and, you know, he's smart. But it turns out when he got his graduate degree, he, I think, fucking invented an entire Chinese author, in which he, like, self-cited for, like, 17 out of his 25 books or something, or 7 out of his 18 books. I don't know. And so he just straight up fucking lied. And that guy is our lead economic advisor. Just, he's an absolute fucking waste of time. He's also, you know, I think he's retarded now, because I remember him talking about the trade deficit, and there's just I think you're right, because there's no reason he should like actually say something like this. If I can find it real fast. He was like outside on the lawn. I was talking report. It doesn't matter. He literally went, you know, the trade deficit's $17 trillion. He goes, imagine what you could buy with $17 trillion. And I literally fucking recoiled inside. I was like, maybe you could buy $17 trillion fucking dollars of goods, like we did.
Yeah,
it's like,
imagine what you can buy. What do you think we did with the money?
dude, I
We bought
literally
things.
lost
What do you
my
think?
mind, bro. I was like, what the fuck are we talking about? So that's the guy who's doing economics. He's doing.
He could have at least said, could you imagine what 17 trillion could like be spent on American jobs? Just like something like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he literally said, imagine what you
You
could
know.
buy with $17 trillion worth of
No, I'm saying like how his rhetoric could have been improved if he was just like, imagine 17 trillion given back to American workers or something like that, or put into American jobs. That would have been better rhetoric. Fucking.
I think he doesn't care. I'm gonna be honest with you.
No, they don't care.
He's only
Because
interested
here's
in,
the
like,
thing, I mean, the Conservative Party is literally just an anti-democrat party. Like, that's
well,
just.
yeah.
it's-
Right now, I'm glad you didn't say Republican Party, because it is like the MAGA Party now. I'm like 100%. I think the history books will call it that. They won't call it the Conservative Party anymore.
No, because I don't think conservatives, like traditional conservatives, would be down for a lot of like this policy, and I don't think a lot of them actually are. They're just disenfranchised voters. They don't go out to vote anymore. They died with Mitch McConnell. No, not Mitch McConnell. Sorry, why did I say Mitch McConnell? Oh my god.
Lindsey Graham.
They died with no.
Wait, is it this one? Did I find it?
McCain, John McCain. They died with John McCain.
John McCain. Yeah, I actually like John McCain.
It's a really important story. I will give you what you need. Yeah.
Dude.
Anybody? One last any lawfare? Okay, let's go.
They have video of the Seattle shooter being, well, supposed
Yeah, yeah,
Seattle
let's
shooter
see.
being detained. Let's see.
So let me.
Oh no.
What?
Uh-oh.
Was he? I mean, he was probably shot by him, right?
No, they're both. Well, I don't know if they got shot, but they're alive from the video I'm watching.
Was their bodies around?
No, not in the videos of them detaining them. This looks like it's away from the event in a little bit further away.
Yeah, I'm sorry I had to go through that. Man. That
that's
sucks.
good.
Stupid.
But the person I'm looking at, damn, like if this is actually, so it's 2 suspects apparently that were detained.
2.
Yeah.
Fucking stupid ass people ruin people's
And
lives.
I'll just say it this way. Looks like race is definitely going to be a topic in the news. So
Yeah. Islamic or no?
I personally can't tell what they are just by like looking, but darker skin color. One of them is bigger set build, and I can't even tell if it's a man or a woman. So that's going to be a conversation. And I'm not sure if this other picture is of another shooter or like who this other one is. So I'm trying to find out because there's a second picture, but I can't tell if this is. If it is, then it looks like possibly Hispanic. We'll see.
Oh my god, these people are
Anyway,
fucking
continue.
retarded, man.
Yeah.
Like, you need to figure out critical supply chain mapping before you put tariffs on stuff. Why? Like, we're retroactively realizing we can't do this. And now Trump's entire department is going like, we need to check feasibility. I bet that's on here somewhere. Feasibility. No? I'm wrong. Fuck. Or viability, maybe? I feel like viability might be here. He did this with the timber one, too, because the United States doesn't have any fucking... We don't have timber. Like, we really just don't. A lot of people might think we do, but if you, like, look at... I use Google Earth way too much. If you look at the United States on a map, okay, what you see is... Honestly, it looks like we have wood, right, in some areas, but not really. Most of this is protected here, and it should be. It just should be. Same with these areas. And then when you look over here, people need to remember that this is not wood that you use to build anything with. And the reason why is because it's a delta. It's wet. It's shit wood. Like, it literally sucks to build with this wood. It's wetlands here. It's all swamp. So there is a lot of wood here. And you can probably find some areas where you can do that, but unfortunately, the United States is very messy. It's very loud. It's very disturbing, like pollution-wise, for the environment. So it's hard to even find a place to do this and make money off of it still, right? So when he puts a tariff on like timber, it's like, dude, we don't have the capability to do that. We need to import timber from Canada. Canada has fucking so much wood on the planet. Like, it's just has all of it, okay? Like, they can easily go out to the middle of fucking bumfuck nowhere. They don't have to worry about a single person anywhere close, and then they have good wood. So it's just cheaper. It's better for us to do it there. Instead, he's like trying to force Delta shit wood, and then he has to make like these extra orders like this one here where he's trying to backtrack and figure out like, oh, well, can we like figure out how to do this? You know, why don't we have any plans in place? It's like, oh my god, dude. Who knew? I wonder why. Project Vault. Like, a lot of critical minerals we do not have the capability of getting for the same reason I just mentioned. Like, we have mines, like we have critical minerals, but it's very... it creates like a Superfund site almost every time. So the United States is... We don't want that. Like, well, let me put it this way. Let's say you live... Even people in Texas who think like they actually don't care, right? Like, if you bought a home in Texas, all right, Kay? And you live outside of Throckmorton. Okay. And your city of Throckmorton finds out that they want to build a fucking lithium mine right here. Like, fucking right in the mountainside here. What do you think is going to happen? Like, you and the entire town of Throckmorton are going to fucking show up at that town hall, and you guys are going to be like, fuck no, you're not. Like, every time. Go build it next to fucking Elbert, bro. Don't fucking do it over here.
Oh, clearly you say build it in a black neighborhood, right?
Or that.
That's historically what happens, right?
But look, Paint Creek over here, bro. I bet this fucking lake is some fucking super fun site. I can already tell by the mining marks. Yeah, straight up. This is probably some fucked up lake already, bro. They don't want any more. I mean, this is definitely a mining thing, isn't it? Or farming? What is this? Is this farming?
Yeah, it's like a...
I don't know. It looks like mining to me.
You have to zoom in more to see if it's like quarries.
People live on this fucking lake? Oh my god.
Dude, they said I can get lake waterfront property. It's so done.
These little pools look like mining pools to me too, though. Anyways, Texas.
I have two questions though that are related to the conversation. So the first one is, what happened with the like tariff refunds? I haven't like fully kept up with that. What's going on with that?
Okay, well, what this is going to do is it's going to have a few effects. There's a bad effect that's going to have negative implications for more small business, and larger companies are going to benefit from it. So Trump's tariffs have, in the Supreme Court ruling, subsequently have caused a reduction in like small business staying alive. And to make it worse, Trump's sons, okay, Eric Trump and Kushner, have been using their law firms that they're directors on to pitch tariff payment loans because they know that they're going to get them paid back. So they've been straight up embezzling money by knowingly, offering payouts to companies that can't afford to not have the tariff payments back now. And they're making them sign contracts to forfeit their tariff refunds. So smaller companies are going to get fucked by this again, and they're making tons of money on it. Large companies will be fine. They'll get their money. So.
Okay, so why is so what's going on with Rivian suing the government over tariffs?
Well, I mean, technically, if it's so, when the Supreme Court decided that the tariffs were unconstitutional, then that opens them up for liability. So it would be really dumb if you didn't sue them. This is why Trump's presidency is going to cost us a lot more money.
So it's not automatic. You have to sue to get it. Is what it looks like.
No, no, it's because think of it this way: when the government admits they're wrong in this circumstance, even though they're going to pay you back, that means that they opened themselves up to damages as soon as they do that.
I see.
So it's on top. It's on top of the amount that they're going to get paid back. So I don't blame them. They should sue.
And then you have I know that Nintendo already came out and was like, we're not going to pass on the refunds to reimburse customers. I was like, damn, bro.
I mean, I wouldn't have expected them. I don't even know how you would do that.
I don't either.
It's not.
It was
it's not
funny
like you
that
can
they came out and they're like, yeah.
Everyone who's bought something in the past, year, automatically refund them something. I don't even know how you would do that. I'm not even sure why their company said that. That seems
because people were asking. They're like, hey man, we paid. People were like, well, so since you purposely raised the Nintendo Switch price and we paid for it the last 6 months at this price, and now you're getting a refund for the reason you raised the price.
Purpose doesn't mean anything though, right? Purposefully done because there was Trump's tariffs, so that's a valid reason, yeah.
But they're like, you specifically said so are you going to be refunding? And they're like, we will not be refunding.
We will not be refunding. I'm surprised. I feel like Nintendo, it would have been better if they just ignored those people.
Yeah, I know.
A little bit of a Pandora's box moment, if you ask me.
So that was question number 1. And now the question number 2 is, are you familiar at all with how Glock works?
Glock?
with their like, yeah, the company of how like Glock sells Glocks in America?
I don't know anything about their marketing strategy or their selling strategy. No.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to like not butcher it as much as I can, but my understanding is since Glock is not American, how they're legally sold in America is through like this federal regulated like system where they get a license to manufacture and do like wholesale in America, but like they are required to like use to have American like shops and American factories for like assembly. So even though it's not a like it's not an American company. Well, Glock is not American. They made an American like subdivision of Glock by like federal regulation requirements. And while they get a lot of like the parts and everything from outside of America, they legally have to assemble it, distribute it in America in order to quote unquote like, you know, preserve jobs and like all that shit.
Also, you have to remember that if you assemble the gun in a different country, the import, the amount of money you probably have to pay for that. I mean, it would make sense to, for profitability reasons, to probably always assemble the gun in the country of what you're selling. I would assume so.
So, well, my question is like, what prevents us from like doing this with like a lot of other things where it's like cheaper to get a lot of the resources and manufacturing abroad, but like, what like instead of like tariffs, why don't we just go like, hey, yeah, you can have like Chinese workers make a bunch of all this other stuff, but you have to like you are required to have like let's say like a factory here and workers here for like distribution purposes. You can't just like sell it privately like on let's just say like Amazon. You have to have like a warehouse, you have to blah 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 like they do with foreign gun manufacturers. What's the implications if they did that as well? It's like multi-stage questions, but I always thought that was like a cool middle ground for like trying to like protect an industry is that like, hey, yeah, we understand we have to like be competitive internationally at some level, but to guarantee some level of like jobs and like things staying in America, it's like you can do this part of the operations internationally, but you still have to distribute, assemble in America.
I'm not
So
sure.
like-
I'm not sure if that would actually amount to any social welfare benefit for the U.S. besides like a few jobs in the assembling plant. It's just probably not profitable for one. That's usually the biggest reason that companies don't do that. And then
But why does the federal government not do it? It's not like Glock chose to do this on their free will. They were forced to because of federal regulations.
yeah, because it's
So
a
like,
gun.
why
Yeah.
doesn't the federal? Yeah,
Why doesn't the federal government do this for everything?
yeah, like for like I mean, car. They probably do partially. I think, with like NAFTA and stuff for like cars, but like where it's not called NAFTA anymore, but you know, same shit.
I think ideally,
But,
when it comes to economic policy, market adjustments or like decisions or policy that move what the market is already trying to be need to be done pretty carefully. So this could have like consequential things where, I mean, maybe a company, it's just not profitable for a company to stay alive and like be forced to assemble the car in the United States right now. But we forced them to anyway. This will have like a consequential effect on American inventories and American domestic companies. But it depends on what you mean by what we force. So I also don't know if like distribution is that beneficial to the US anyway. So we might be forcing them to do something that doesn't really help the US like we think it will. So like I'm trying to look up their financial documents right now, okay? And
Of Glock or of who?
of Glock, yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like Grab a Gun does not pay any fees. Let's see. This isn't really going to help there. Growth strategy. At Grab a Gun, our vision is to modernize unified firearms industry. That's so funny. Grab a Gun. They have like a thing called Grab a Gun.
Grab a gun.
Yeah, it's just a weird name. Marketing, blah blah blah. $47.8 million. How much actually stays in the US? Yeah, that's the name. This is an Austrian company, right?
Yes.
Um, this might be kind of hard for me to find, but we'll see. 480 employees, 201 500 employees. That's pretty small, man. Holy fuck. So it's headquartered somewhere else, right? I'd have to imagine that a lot of the money this company makes does not stay in the US, even though,
Yeah.
yeah. So mandating these types of things, I'm not even sure would especially if they're foreign companies. I actually think, though, I think what you're trying to ask is why don't we force American companies, maybe it might be a better way to put this, to stay in the US? And I think they should, if the amount of debt security they have is at a certain point. So a lot of companies finance their, on debt, essentially, that comes from the treasury. Like, they have tons of money they get through debt security, which they then go on to use to make like more loans and stuff, right? And
Yeah.
I'm kind of simplifying the financialization of this a little bit too much, but I personally think that companies in the US kind of take a lot of the wealth that's in this country, and then they go outside of the country, build a factory, use labor that's cheaper, and then they get imports back into the country at almost no extra cost most of the time, or no special, like, tariffs, that type of stuff, because they're technically a US company. So like when people say that we import Chinese product and Chinese stuff, that's not really true. We import American product that's just built over there. They just take the money from the US in the first place, the wealth that we've all created, and they build the factory over there, but it's still technically a US company. It's not a Chinese company. They incorporate as a US company in the other country. So I mean, I think if we made it less profitable to do that, it might be more beneficial to us. It might not. It depends on like the industry, the item. It has to be done with a scalpel and done. I mean, I'm sure someone smarter than me can come up with a way to do it and a plan for it, right? Like if you have a certain amount of debt security, right, which is just money that's taken from the treasury in a way, it's safer, but maybe certain goods shouldn't be able to be, just simply just built over across seas and imported at the same price as if they were built here. I'm not sure. Depends. There's a lot of benefits from the idea of like unrestricted global markets, but there's a lot of negatives as well. I think at the moment we've kind of gone with, it's always good for the past 70 years, and neoclassical economics has kind of been the hegemony. And while it's led to lower prices for a lot of things, that's obviously true, and such, it's also led to a deterioration of like the modern workers' job security, as well as unionization and other things. So it's not really that great, in my opinion. I think we need to move to something else. It's been 70 years of just decline, so But I'm not
I think
like
a big.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm not
No, no,
someone
no,
who just
go
like
ahead.
rejects the idea of a company trying to do something more cost advantageous, right? Like you don't want to just think you're doing something good by denying them the right to like go outside the country and build a factory or whatever. Because a lot of foreign countries do that here too. So, but there's definitely something wrong that's not working well.
Yeah. I mean, there's a few things I can think of. Like the immediate thing that America should have done when it was doing all this is, I think that we should have taken advantage of the fact that we have so much like money, talent, and like good colleges, and shift to a like advanced manufacturing kind of like view of our economy, where we like successfully transferred from, yes, we were doing like textiles and we were doing, you know, crude oil and stuff and all that, but like
we do a lot of
now
crude actually. We do a lot of crude oil.
Yes.
Yeah.
What I just said.
No, I mean,
but
we still do though. You said move to crude oil.
yes,
or?
well, this is like, okay, I'm trying to say like we should have gone from, yes, we did all that, but as those things slowly start like slipping away, we could have switched to advanced like manufacturing for
Or renewables.
like advanced weapon systems,
Renewables, yeah.
renewable energies.
We're kind of on the path
and
there.
this is
but-
where I think this is where like conservatives really fucked up.
Yes.
And, like liberals and lefties were completely like correct, where if we spec'd into green energy and we used our weight and our negotiating skills on
we
the
would
world
rule the
market
world.
to like push renewable energies,
we would rule the future.
we
yeah.
could have not only been energy independent as a nation, which would, you know, have fucking secured us, but we could have made other nations rely off of our technology for like a long time.
We
before
are
they're
actually
able to
energy
catch up and-
independent technically. The problem with that statement is like when it comes to crude oil, you know, I know people know that there's like sour and sweet and light and whatever, but the crude oil is very, there's like like dozens, hundreds of different regions of different crude oil, right? Or not regions, but different types that we need. And
Yeah.
we are technically energy independent, but you're definitely right on the renewable thing. I think whoever comes up with the capability in the future of like, there is a point where like the battery, if we're able to save energy at like some rate, right, is going to be a tipping point where it'll be like going from steam to oil, but just from oil to renewables, right? There is a point for that, and I think China's now just going to win. Trump is stupid as fuck. It's like they can't see that's what's going to happen. It's going to be like steam to fucking oil, man.
Maybe I had this idea because of a coworker that I accidentally disenfranchised, where he just asked me at work. He was just like, why does it feel like America's behind? And I said, I'll show you. And I showed him 3 videos, of one of them being the recent expo that they have in China that like showcases battery technology. I'm like, this is why. And he was like, are we really just that behind? And I was like,
we weren't at some point.
I was just like,
The funny thing is like Tesla was the best like fucking electric battery and car on the planet, but I don't know, man. Musk just got to do whatever he wanted and still take a lot of government money. And
he was able to get into bed with the government, and innovation stopped because the money was basically granted no matter what he did, huh?
Oh, well, that's not okay. So that argument doesn't work because BDO or BYD, sorry, is 100% planned by the government, and they have the best battery on the planet. So BYD is what.
But
I
that's
would say.
because
They didn't
works a
care. They were
little
like,
bit
they were
different.
like, you're doing this. We want you to make the battery. I don't care how long it takes. And no, you can't do stock buybacks.
I do think it's different in China when we talk about like, you know, the fact that the CCP literally like appoints like people on the board of directors and stuff versus like a private company that's able to like farm contracts like as much as they want. You know,
I'm not really
without,
sure
like, any
which one's technically
liabilities.
I mean, I'm not super familiar with the Chinese economy. I I know people like to act like they are, but it is a very weird economy. They have like agrarian provinces that still like have feudalism, I think. So
Yeah.
it's just like there's a very weird dynamic
Central
around
China,
there, you know. Yeah. And Shanxing or something like that, you know. So like or Shanxing, I can't fucking say it properly. But I mean, it seems
Yeah,
to be
I'm just saying
working
it's
for
not apple
battery
to-
technology.
it's not-
It seems to be working.
Yeah,
so-
yeah. I'm just saying it's not apple to oranges. You're
Yeah.
trying to say no. Musk farming federal contracts isn't bad because China also has like the government pouring money. But I think it's fundamentally different because they have different liability structures. They have different accountability structures,
different
and they
accountability, yeah.
literally appoint. Yeah, they literally appoint government officials on the board of directors of quote unquote private companies. like it's a little bit different. That's all I'm saying. It's a
definitely
little bit
different,
fucking
man.
different.
I mean, they do have private
Like-
companies too. They obviously have private markets. A lot of the Western countries didn't want to work with China until no, they do, McGriffiths. They have private companies. There's a famous writer. I might be able to bring up his book actually right now. He was the envoy that finally broke the barrier between China and the U.S. in the late 70s, early 80s. I think it was mid 80s or early 80s. His name is Zhen Lao or On Zhao or something like that. Let me see if I can find his book real fast. He essentially like sold a little bit of a capitalist format to China in exchange for like negotiations with the U.S. He was instrumental in it, and they do have private businesses because no Western country wanted to work with them unless they, came true on that promise in a way. Zhao Enlai, that's his name. I think I can pull it up right here. Diplomacy of Zhao Enlai. So yeah, this guy was like the main diplomat, I guess, who like repaired relationships between America and China. And let's see, page 150, right? 181. 181. 201. Good job, Nick. A little far. Also, why does this fucking book suck? Let's see what the opening is. Chinese view of Sino-American normalization has often been cast as a triumph of post-cultural revolution pragmatism over revolutionary ideology. Zhao Enlai was indeed a realist, but only in his own Chinese Marxist-Leninist terms, and lies in his ideological understanding of work style. Henry Kissinger. Wow, not everyone gets a good shout out from Henry Kissinger, man. Usually they just get a bunch of bombs. Extraordinarily intelligent and subtle, great diplomat, blah blah. Zhao could weave a spell over some of his most ardent critics. Joe Aslop was the premier of right. Political journalist, okay. It means I don't like whoever this is. Yeah, but look at this. This is a backhand. He never commented on Kissinger. Wow. Holy shit, bro. He was beneath him. Anyways, he kind of convinced the rest of the American world that China was approaching a more Western capitalist format, and I think that kind of had to come true a little. So he also was really important for the internal Chinese government to make connections, so, and do that capitalist thing I just mentioned. Anyways, this guy's really cool. I haven't read the entire of that book, but someone thought he was Kissinger.
Back to what I was trying to say is that, like,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think a long time ago we should have like pivoted into selling the like we're good at making guns. We can sell guns. We can sell guns, arms to people. There's lots of conflicts. We don't even have
we
to
do
get
sell
like
we do sell
necessarily
guns.
involved.
We do sell a lot of guns.
Exactly. But like
We have a
we
very
sell- we
strong
should sell, like-
domestic war industry actually.
so weapons.
Weapons, yeah.
We should have pivoted into like renewable energy and start fucking like really specking into
I think
that
you're
stuff, not
correct.
just for national
I think you're correct.
not just for national security, but like for pushing it onto the rest of the world. And I think just like general advanced advanced biotechnology, like Neuralink and like cancer treatments and shit, we're like really good at those
This
things.
is the
and
last
we should have
time-
really specced into it.
Okay, this is the last time I bring up Google Earth, okay? I promise.
I don't believe you.
Don't believe me. So what you just said is super important because one of the biggest problems I have with any like coal mining town or just like state that's super poor but used to be really rich is they did not adapt at all. Like they straight up didn't do anything, okay? And they could have. They definitely could have, man. And what like all of these cities inside the fucking this area here were fucking rich beyond their wildest minds. Okay, they had mines up in the middle of usually like down here, right? You go deep enough in these and there's always some fucking mine randomly. And they all had a lot of money. Like every single one of them. Tons of money. But you know what they did with it when they realized when the writing was on the wall? You know? Like it's Daniel, the book of Daniel in the Bible, and the king Nebuchadnezzar like sees the writing on the wall, like you're gonna fucking die soon, and he goes, he's the only one who can see it, and he's like, and does nothing. So that's literally what these towns did. They had all the money in the world, and I personally think we should have, or they should have, tried to do something else. Like when coal was on its way out, all these fucking cities and states that had all the money in the world to shift to try and move into even oil or do anything else, man, and they just didn't do it. They didn't care enough, and they don't think the government can help them do that at all. And it's like, personally, I think something that would really help all these states, which they don't really want to do, is they need stimulus. They need governments to give them loans, and they can take these loans and develop, make something new, jobs programs, entice developers to come here, development, new industry, like you're saying, and all of the other stuff will naturally follow, the wealth and all that kind of stuff. But they don't want the government to spend any money because they think it's bad. But what they're stuck with right now is a dying city that has no industry, right? That's pretty much what it is. And they don't want to develop anything, because to do that would mean, if for private companies to develop here, they would have to actually find it interesting and fun and probably something that's not dying. So private companies don't develop here. Why would you? If you had millions of dollars, right? Are you going to go to the middle of West Virginia where it was a coal mining town and like spend a bunch of money to develop?
Would.
Like, no, fuck no, you're not. You're going to go, where's like Raleigh? I'm going to go to Raleigh.
Raleigh's in North Carolina.
I know. I'm just saying, like, they're not going to go to the western side of North Carolina. They're going to go to Raleigh. You know what I mean? They're going to go to bigger cities.
Well, this is a big problem with America as well. It's like, honestly, I don't want to live in a big city. I don't want to live in a big city. I don't want to live in an expensive fucking area. I don't. I really don't.
Yeah, but if you don't, and there's nothing there.
Yeah, but there's no fucking jobs.
Yeah, there's no
anywhere
jobs.
else.
Like some of these cities, bro, on stream, I think a year ago, I went through and was like, I picked out a random town, okay, and like in the mountains here, almost like around here, and I was like, I wonder what the job creation rate is compared to the high school graduation rate of the city I looked at, and the high school graduation rate is higher than the job creation rate. I'm just like, yeah, that's not gonna work, man. Like, just no one. It's not gonna help this. The city's gonna die. It's just dying. So how do you fix this? You need the government can, the city can come to the government, state or federal. I think state's fine, and take out a loan to develop, make it desirable, and then naturally you'll have people come back. But they don't want to do that. They want to run balanced budgets, and they think that they're gonna like somehow like find development. Makes no sense, dude.
What I was gonna also say is that like it's a shame that like red states are like unlivable shitholes most of the time, unless if you're Texas, Utah, and North Carolina. Like,
Literally.
like,
And they
like,
all want to run balanced budgets, and they can't do it too. They never run balanced budgets, but they want to anyway. It's like...
Because like the thing is, it would solve so many issues in America if industry just spread the fuck out. Like, if industry actually spread through the rest of America, it would solve a lot of the housing problem and like the money problem.
Yeah, but again, none of these places want to make their cities desirable. They're shit. It's like,
well, I'm kind of glad that some of them are. It's just happening a lot slower than I expected. But like I just said, Utah, you know, Utah was not a desirable place like 10 years ago. It is now. Same with like
Utah was desirable
North
10 years
Carolina.
ago.
As of like business creation place, I mean, to go to college, yes. To start and like run tech businesses, maybe 10 years ago, definitely not 20 years ago. North Carolina just recently got like, you know, big into tech and everything. Nevada is a purple state, and it's just...
Charlotte's been pretty good for a while. Raleigh's definitely a very desirable place.
I just said, okay, I'm being very specific with my words.
Okay,
here.
good,
I just
good,
said
good.
it became a tech place recently. Do you think it became a tech? Do you think Charlotte's been a tech? Would you describe it as a tech place
I think
in
Charlotte,
2010?
Charlottesville. I thought it was Charlottesville.
No, in 2010. In 2010,
Yeah.
would you say it was a tech place?
I would say
No,
it
it
had a
was
good.
not a tech
I
place.
think it had a good tech environment. Yeah.
When did the tech environment?
Hey, you
Take
said good,
off
not
in North
not take off. Was it good before?
Okay, actually, this cooperates what you're saying, so I'll say, I'll give you that.
Get fucked.
Apparently it started to specialize and really do well in the 90s, and then 2010 is when it became like big. But the fact is that
I know
like,
a millionaire
yeah.
tech guy in Charlotte,
Yeah.
so he's friends. He's the brother of my mom's husband, so that's the only reason I know. He's really cool, dude. He's a genius.
It's just that like most like red states like suck, but like it seems like it is starting to like spread out in a lot of places. But then like you look at it and it's like it'll be a red state, but it's like the blue cities that carry the state. But it's still like it's starting to spread out, and I'm happy for that. It seems to be the case is that like industry moves into a very desirable location. Things go up. Things get complicated. It's not managed well because it's harder to dig yourself out of a bad situation than just restart.
Well, it's hard to think about the future on a locality level, right? Like, places like Nashville or like Cookeville over here, right? They probably had a lot of money in a certain time of history, and they decide to. They just can't come together to think about the future in a way. So this could happen even with like a newer industry that, you know, I'm not shitting on right now. It could happen with like cars. Think Detroit, right? But North Carolina right now in Liberty right here. I think Liberty's right here. You see this? You can see it from the fucking sky, like literally the space. Do you see how big that is? This is one of the largest fucking electric battery factories on the country right now, I think. And this is being built as of right now. It's fucking huge. And, you know, they chose a spot for a reason.
Is that the Toyota one?
Yes, Toyota one.
Or no? Yeah. Dude, the work they're doing in that factory is actually pretty good. It's the closest thing we have to like Chinese levels of innovation in the battery field.
It's good.
I don't think they're going to meet their targeted goal, but like what they're doing is actually really impressive. So
yeah, so but there's only so many of these places to go around, and you can't just rely on getting lucky like that. The city of Liberty got lucky, but there are a lot of other cities in the US. There's like 5,000 cities, right? That You can't just expect a Toyota plant to fucking spring up next to all of them.
Well, again, I think the cycle literally is just a repeating cycle. Is that like industry moves into a place, workers move into place. Workers need education, so lots of college. Education turns people Democrat. Progressive policies go into place, and then it becomes even more desirable. People want all the nice things, so then more people move in. More business needs to accommodate this. More
Incorporated.
money, things are flowing. And more corporations, and it becomes to the point where like property value is too high. Wages are too high as well, which you might think it's not possible that wages could be too high, but you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
you get like rampant inflation. You get too much money versus like in like that like tips the scale, like maybe like tech workers, where there's a huge disparity between like one group of workers versus the entirety of the rest of the workers. Things overall trend downwards. People want to diversify away from that city, and they start like moving out and bringing their money and skills to other places. So then you have the people that like were in Washington or in California going to Utah, going to North Carolina, going to Texas.
California has just as many people moving in than it does moving out. So it's not really.
I think it has a deficit of people.
No, it changes year to year,
yeah.
but I mean it's literally like equal. It's not that big of a deal.
Let's see. Last 10 years has graph of people
Just
moving
put
in
net
and
migration.
out of
Net migration.
net migration.
California.
Last 10 years, California.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's see. Okay, well now it's giving me the total of like the last 10 years. I want like per year. Let's do per year. I want like each year, please. Graph per year, maybe. Graph last 10 years. California, no, that's just, I'm hoping for a graph. I don't want just the AI. I want an actual like graph. For many years, more people have been leaving California for other states than have been moving here, according to data from the American Community Survey from 2007 to 2016. Okay, well, this is outdated data then. I want 2016 to 2026.
You have to include foreign migration too.
Well, now we're just skewing the data, man. Come on.
I mean, that's people who live there, right? I mean, yeah, they come in. I mean, let's see.
I'll grant you that if we include illegal immigration,
No, not
like,
illegal. No,
probably
like
more.
legal immigration, dork. Fucking legal.
Here's a better way of just wording it. How many years
Yeah, I
has
mean, it's kind of the same.
California been net negative
It's kind of the same.
for
Hasn't really gone up or down.
25 consecutive years. Okay, but how much have... Now we can go into what's the total loss. What is the total loss in those 25 years versus gain? Okay, blah, blah, blah.
So international immigration is a big part of immigration to California.
I mean, it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
25 years.
I think people
lost
overestimate it.
16.5, gained 12.5. That's only 4 million. That's a lot less than.
I only know
thought
that
it
because
would be.
the talking point is common from like PragerU and stuff. So I had looked into that a while ago.
Well, I still think a lot of people are like leaving California with like skills and stuff to go to other places for jobs.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, they are.
a lot of it's going to also be anecdotal, but I knew a lot of
Well, they
people.
want to own
from-
homes.
because you know,
It's kind of hard. It's literally
Yeah, they
impossible
wanna-
to buy a home here. Impossible.
like even like where I live currently, I don't know if I'm going to permanently stay here because I think I just might move and use my skills and money that I got from this area to live a better life in a later stage of, you know, when I've
I mean,
gone
if
up
you
a
can
few years of
afford,
age.
if you can afford to buy a home here, I mean, or live here, California is beautiful. It's a great state.
I personally wouldn't live in it, but I don't blame anybody that would want to.
I don't think I could live in LA.
it's not-
but yeah. I don't live in LA.
Well, no, I mean just like weather-wise and stuff like that. I'm not really a fan of. I like rainy. I
seasons?
like forest. I like yeah, multiple seasons. Like, and if it is gonna be like sunny, like California and like that like perfect temperature, I'd rather live in like New Zealand or Hawaii, and being like on an island. You know.
Oh wow, it exported fucking something beautiful. Holy shit, dude. What in the hell? This looks great.
Actually, I should probably Groofus. I'm gonna send you a message on Discord real quick.
So even more expensive. This looks freaking great. What the heck? Whoa.
But do you agree with like the cycle that like yeah, like eventually
Yeah, I do.
things
Yeah.
get
I mean,
expensive
it's
and
kind of
stuff,
a,
and then-
it's kind of, I think just really accurate. The thing is that you can do stuff to help the condition or like help the position they're in, right? And they just, you can also just refuse not to do anything about it, which is what a lot of them do.
Yeah, no, most of them don't do anything. I actually got into this argument. Were you did you watch Augustus's and I's stream like on what was it, yesterday or 2 days ago?
I don't think I did.
We were
no.
talking about like it was a birth rate thing because I
Oh
have
my
the
God.
unpopular opinion that the birth rate doesn't really matter.
It does.
as
It
much
does
as
not
people think
matter.
it is.
How is that unpopular?
But-
It's so dumb.
It is very unpopular
Bro.
apparently amongst both liberals and conservatives. They hate me for
It's
this
just-
opinion.
dude, it's-
But also,
Yeah, all your kids
Like,
used to
I-
die back in the day, and we used to need 15 Jimmies for the farm. We don't do that anymore. Who
he
the
actually
fuck
did say
cares?
this. He did say this. Now, but anyway, like it started as a conversation about that. Then it went into like why are people not having kids, which I think is a more interesting conversation because it doesn't assign a like whether this is bad or not. It's just like an observation of like something that's like actually happening. So that's fine. And then like we went into oh man. I'm just like spacing today. I'm so sorry.
You're
But
fine. It's fucking unacceptable, dude. You
What
fucking
what
idiot.
triggered me? What did you say that got me onto
It was
this
Augustus,
tangent?
I
Sorry,
think,
what
or
did-
something like that. It was Augustus.
No, you said something
before that like made me think of it, and I was trying to tie it into that.
Oh, well, we
but
were
then
talking about birth
got
rate. I
long-winded.
said something about Jimmy's dying.
Yeah. Well, no. Before that.
Or that, that a lot of cities just choose not to help themselves when they have. The
Yeah,
position
there it
to.
is. Thank you. Him and I got into a heated, out of nowhere argument about Michigan, where he implied that unions killed Michigan, and I was like, okay, we can't just. I was like, bro.
There was nothing that
we
unions
went-
could do. It was just leaving regardless of that.
Yeah, I was like, so it wasn't the fact that like the international market finally like broke open and like became like super viable and like had enough
Engaging.
sustained connections for like companies to move. It wasn't the fact that the South was starting to have like factories and like the Rust Belt was starting to be actually able to like assemble its workforce into like real factories. Wasn't the fact that Michigan refused to reinvest its money into like updated factories that can
There you
yield
go. Yeah,
better,
that's the thing. Reinvest his money. Our fucking oil industry refuses
they
to
also
do that
didn't
too.
divest. Yeah, they didn't divest their like anybody that's in like any type of like portfolio management knows divest. You know.
Absolutely. Although, I mean, divest is a little bit different than like reinvest, but definitely still important to do. It's considered like more of an expense, right? Internal expense. Comparatively, instead of like buying stock in like or like in, I don't know, putting your cash in like an index fund outside the company. We lost our practical monopoly on global manufacturing. I'm not. McGriffiths, what do you mean by our practical monopoly? Do you mean the skill sets, the tools, and the
think he means that
expertise was
post-World
able
War
to leave
Pro-
our country, and then they were able to use the the
Okay, you're being facetious. Okay.
me.
I thought you were being like you're genuinely asking. for
No,
a
no, I
second.
am
think you're
actually.
just
I am
being-
actually. I think what he means by practical
Oh.
is like the equipment, expertise, and
No.
the skill
He
sets.
clearly means post World War II. Like after World War II, basically most of the world that like we cared about was like in fucking shambles, and we had like the only like good like maintaining infrastructure, and we had a huge working base that wasn't slaughtered in World War II. So, and we had the naval ships in trade lanes and that we were dominating, so we were able to fucking manufacture, produce, ship out, and like basically own the rest of the world really easily. That went away. That no longer exists.
I'm not sure if that's
Yeah,
true.
see, he literally said it. He's just said.
I know
post-World War II, the US
about
was
that
one of the only-
argument. I just I mean, where did most of the jobs and things like that, or the production of stuff go for us? They didn't really go to countries that were war torn. It went to countries
Mexico,
that
I'm
honestly
guessing,
were
is the easiest
unimpacted,
argument there.
unimpacted
Yeah, Mexico.
by the war. And the countries that stayed strong economies because of their institutional strength, that suffered from the World War, continued to be dominant. So that to me doesn't really make sense. You know, a lot of the Eastern Asian countries that kind of took a lot of our manufacturing did not have anything to do in the World War, right? They were completely fine. They just didn't have the production capability, the expertise, the equipment, the knowledge. Yeah, I don't really know if utopia is the right word, right? But I'm talking about like the economic condition of your average American who wasn't black in the 50s. It was mainly 55 to like 62. Well, not 55, sorry. Like 51 to like 62, and then around the edges a little. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, though. I'm picking up what you're putting down. It wasn't like that simple.
Picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah. I say that all the time.
I like that. I've been saying it since high school. I don't remember the first time I heard it. I think it may have been like a girl that said it to me, and I was just like so impressed. I was like, damn, that's so quirky and like cute. And then I just stole it.
Quirky. It's freaking not quirky, bro. Direct.
I think it's quirky.
Literally every human being I could ever talk to, whether they're like, you know, white 3-6 mafia to like nerdy Utah pasty white kid, you say that, they understand what I mean. It's amazing.
Does quirky mean that you don't understand what it means, or is it just that I don't know?
Quirky means like uncommonly nerdy, right? Or uncommonly boutique.
Saying boutique
Peculiar.
makes you quirky.
Right?
Saying boutique.
Yeah, boutique, yeah.
don't-
Boutique is quirky. Traits that are uncommon, but, you know, notable. Like, I was just wondering if you're interested in maths. Are you interested in maths?
What a fucking guy.
Dude.
He didn't even say anything to me.
Bro, I
like,
gave
you
him
know, hope you're
gave
okay.
him
Like,
the opportunity, dude. I literally tried to save him, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, you can't just do that. I thought I was being too, like, obvious too. Clearly, I wasn't. I so lost. What does Locke think about Toyolo? I don't know, man. All I know is that dude would get fucking rocked in real life. Okay.
So wait, Toyota
Like-
got pissed off about being banned and is apparently targeting the server. Now
I mean,
he went to a bunch of other like servers and like.
that's
groups
exactly
and
what I would
basically-
expect from a manipulator. Like, dude, so I keep saying, don't underestimate him though. He's the energy that man will probably put into fucking being the manipulative abuser is probably something very, very deep.
I blame you.
Fucking, I'm sorry, McGriffiths. You're gonna have to give me your relevant scholarship and autodidactic, totality in years. I need it so I can figure out how to talk to you. Oh, he has? How do you know that? Again, I wouldn't put it past this man. Okay, I wouldn't underestimate him. Like underestimate him in like a different way. Just a uniquely
Why wouldn't we let him in the server
capricious,
if we like knew
abusive
that?
way.
If we knew that he's taken down servers before, if somebody comes in called like Big Dick Server Destroyer, I'm not letting him into my server. Like, I mean,
Kind of was. I don't know where I put it. Lost it already. I built. Oh, here it is. I stopped though because I suck. But it'll get there. It looks
like your
pretty.
boot.
You like my boot? It's it's a boot. Rough.
That's boutique, if you ask me.
I'm on packet 2 now. But it is this. It's two birds in a tree. Wait, you were in the server that he took down? He said so in Radish's server.
He's like well known in the DGG community, which I would not expect anything less.
Wait, and isn't that Destiny's community ever? What do you mean well known?
Yep. So there's two things. One, Destiny apparently it's like their mod team has like a top retard, and Toyolo has like been #1 like on multiple of their top like retards charts where they just and he is they like built a custom mod like tool that basically tracks like Discord users, and Toyolo like has a whole section for himself on it. It was being.
I mean, in real life, I feel like that kid would get fucking rocked, bro. He just gives off the impression that he needs to be fucking rocked. But, you know, it is what it is.
Anyway, let's pick something to
anyway.
fight about, Circa. What do we not agree on? Should we fight
I
about?
debated him, McGriffiths. What do you mean? He used his little sister's room, I think, to debate me. Yeah.
What are we gonna fight about? Let's see.
It's funny.
I think it would probably be in the best interests of Cubans if Trump invaded Cuba.
This person's. Hey, man, I'll open up bag 2, okay? Here's bag 2.
Like I'm going for more of an objective like branch here, by the way, like take. It's like I think life would be objectively better for Cubans if Trump just takes it.
If Trump just what?
I'm trying to find something for us to fight about, and I said that like if Trump took Cuba by force, I think life would objectively be better for most Cubans.
I remember we fought about the American Union. But what do you,
Well, that's a little bit different. That was a more consensual, you know, that was more loose and
fucking
consensual.
cocksucker?
This is less.
That shit was so funny.
Well, it wasn't even during the debate I called you a cocksucker. It was afterwards.
That shit was so
like
funny.
in the open discussion, because you kept on cutting me off. I got so fucking mad at you when I was trying to like say something to Horseradish. I was so fucking pissed because I thought you were being just a douchebag that was misrepresenting me, and then like you cut me off like 3 times in a row, and I was so fucking mad.
That shit was hilarious.
I was also in a bad mood because I just had gotten
Yeah, I
banned.
remember you told me you got
literally a
banned.
few- Yeah, I got banned from like Twitch like right before that like debate, bro. So I was in a bad mood. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I thought it was funny.
It was funny, but yeah. Do you agree? Do you think Cuba would be better off?
No. Here, let me approach that from a different way. The reason it would not be good is not for Cuba specifically, because
I didn't say whether it'd be good or not. I said it would be objectively better for Cubans. This is a very particular lens.
History says otherwise. We're not going to give them citizenship.
Probably not.
So you know what you do with people you don't give citizenship to, right?
Well, you have two things. We could treat them like the Puerto Ricans, or we could treat them like slaves.
It's either labor camps or it's kill them. So.
Well, I mean, we didn't do that with like Puerto Rico. Well, I mean, I guess Puerto Ricans do have citizenship.
Puerto Rico is technically recognized as a jurisdiction of
it's a
ours,
territory.
where they get.
Yeah, it's a territory.
Yeah, they get citizenship.
Cuba might become a territory.
They just can't vote, but they are citizens. They get rights and everything. So we're not going to recognize them that way. Puerto Rico's small too.
I think
You gotta think of that. It's small. Yeah, but all the places you're thinking of, Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, those are small. It's not the same as an entire country. But
That's
what happens in
pretty small.
history,
I don't know how small it is compared to.
there's something
Rico, but it's small.
uniquely focusing on too many campaigns to distract. Cuba would not be able to withstand the U.S.
Cuba would be over it like in 16 hours if we really wanted to. Like probably less. It
But
would
the
be
main
over.
the main problem with Trump's fixation on, like, you know, the talk of Cuba is, one, it normalizes it. It prepares, like Trump, again, we were just talking about manipulators. Trump is a gifted manipulator. He is a default abuser, and he, if you've noticed, whenever Trump is president, the narrative is always what he wants, and he's really good at it. So he is preparing everyone to not take any steps against him for any of these circumstances, okay? And the problem with, like, being okay with Cuba, or he doesn't even have to take it, okay? It's more about, like, the messaging and, like, the impact of even saying it, right? It's just going to lead to something. It is not going to stop. You know, we already control Venezuela's money right now. It goes through the Secretary of State's hands, Marco Rubio's specifically, and Marco Rubio, Zeitserg. You're correct. This is the worst part about Trump being leader right now.
I agree with everything you said, but I don't think it really disproves like why, like it being better for Cubans. The thing for Cubans is I just feel like it literally just can't get too much worse.
Historically,
Like, even
historically,
if
man,
I don't think...
what you need for mass killing is a failed state, and that's what would happen if we took Cuba. It'd be like Poland.
Well, we're not doing that with Venezuela.
We didn't really invade
I
Venezuela.
don't agree with what we did to Venezuela, but it's not like we're like literally there like fucking recreating like the Holocaust. I mean, we're stealing a shit ton of resources and like, I mean,
We have no idea. We have no idea.
idea.
Well, I'm talking about Poland when Hitler invaded, as well as the Soviet Union from both sides, as well as Czechoslovakia, Austria, all of those places. The only reason mass killing happened. So here, let me give you a really important fraction to try and explain this. If you just think of the questions here, okay? So if you were a Jew who lived in Germany during the time of 1941 through 45, 38 through 45 is fine. What do you think your chances of survival were?
I don't know. I don't know the numbers.
I'm pretty sure it was about 1 in 5, I want to say. Something like that. Now, if you were a Jew who lived outside of Germany, what were your survival numbers like? What do you think the rate is?
I guess it depends where outside of Germany. Like, obviously, if you're in a different like continent, you're probably fine. But like
1 in 20.
if it was like France or something, it's probably
1
or,
in
like
1 in 20.
Netherlands, it was worse.
1 in 20 outside of Germany. And the reason for this is because
Well,
Germany did,
It's
even
not,
though
not outside of Germany. It's probably 1 in 20 in a different like a different
outside of Germany,
like European.
yeah.
No, outside of Germany's the entire world.
Well,
You can't
you
tell
know,
me that like
underneath-
the fucking
underneath
Jews
Nazi
in like
control.
Malaysia.
Underneath Nazi
Okay,
control,
like, yeah.
I mean, obviously they can't kill people they don't control or have control. over.
Like in the Netherlands, you would be worse off than in Germany. I know like that because in the Netherlands they killed way more like Jews per capita than like.
Yes,
Germany
so
did.
the ghettos are not where most of the mass killing took place. Jesus Christ. Most of the killings took place by the Stormtruppen and by gunshot in Poland. So the reason, though, that most of the mass killing took place outside of the country is because the country still had laws. And the German people, even though it seems like they were just ruthless murderers because of the Nazi regime, they wouldn't have accepted just, they saw violence and they saw killing, okay? But it was still somewhat removed. So the state in a fascist government, again, is pretty far and also really close at the same time, right?
Yeah.
When a state has laws still, they do still protect people who are underclass in some way, at least away from mass killing. So one of the qualifiers you need for mass killing, and I think the person who is a good expert in this to understand this is Timothy Snyder, the Eastern Bloc USSR historian from Yale, as well as the Holocaust historian. He's expressed this, so I'm kind of just taking I'm informing myself from him. Mass killing kind of requires a failed state. That way, there's just kind of nothing to protect them. So that's what I mean by historically. It probably wouldn't be good for Cuba, because I don't think we're going to give them citizenship, and I don't think their state's going to be able to remain. Venezuela is obviously still not controlled by us that way, Kay, but Venezuela is not. Our Secretary of State, Rubio, his parents fled Cuba. They're illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
He is a birthright citizenship baby. And he has a personal vendetta against them, which is disturbing for the Secretary of State to be handling what happens to him. I'm gnarly. Yes. I don't. Well.
Yeah, I think
The tipping
fundamentally.
point. The tipping points are.
Listen, you might be right.
The tipping point
You might be.
already should have happened. I think it's already over. I'm kind of a doomer here. I think that's what people say, but Trump is in a position now where he doesn't have to really listen to anyone, and he has, unfortunately, even though a lot of the American people are really upset at what Trump does and everything, if you don't do anything at step A, right, and you don't do anything at step B, why would you at step C? Why would you at step D? We're like at step, Z now, and each of these steps seems inconsequential, but we're too far into letting too many things become normalized to stand up and have this big, moment of victory. It's just never going to happen. People are waiting for it though. It's too uncertain though. And the other big part about it is this asymmetry. Even though I'm very much against, even if the midterms do turn out to be, I think they're not going to turn out the way people think they are. I think he's going to intimidate polls, and it's going to be probably one of the first elections that looks like it really wasn't fair. But even if hypothetically they do win, Trump isn't going to leave. He's already done so before. He's already expressed why he doesn't want to, and people just refuse to listen to him. But he's not going to leave. There's no. There's literally no
Maybe
reason why
good
he
for
would.
you and us in America. There's a very real chance that how do I say this in a very pleasant way? Age is a factor here. If you pick up what I'm putting down.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Okay, if he dies, even of natural causes, a big part of this country, which is the asymmetrical part I was getting at, I want to finish that part real fast, okay?
Yeah.
There is a part of this country, and this is what happens in fascist movements, that are ready to kill you.
Yes.
And I'm not ready to kill people, and that is a massive asymmetry. Even if I want to do a lot of things to stop Trump, if you are not ready to take that initiative and stand, then you will lose. You only need a small amount of people who are ready to kill you to win against people who don't want to kill you. And
that's what we were kind of talking about earlier when I was saying that like violence is like contradictory in itself, like political violence, because like the system fails. Political violence is your only way to really get out of a like truly failed system, but like nobody wants to commit like political
you don't want to be a
violence because the
troublemaker.
system,
Yeah, you don't want to be a troublemaker.
yeah, you don't want to be a troublemaker. And like at a certain point, the system's so corrupt that any attempt to like violently correct it,
Then it's too late.
like is like, yeah, it's met with too much force, and especially if you have things to lose. Like in America, you have a lot to lose still. Like nobody wants to lose their PlayStation, their Xbox, their internet, their pornography, their fucking like you know. Like,
why do you think a civil
hot
war would
shower.
happen? Griffiths, why do you think a civil war would happen? A civil war means that there's some major unification for people to fight around, right? That's not what's happening right now. Between two sides, there's no. Fascist movements are different, right? They eat from the inside. Yeah, I'm not saying there's going to be a civil war. Germany, the main province, was most definitely not Nazi. Although there's obviously things I can't really like account for in a historical reference. States in the United States are much stronger than something like the provinces in Germany. But I'm not really sure. The other thing is states have their own armies, technically, a National Guard. I don't know exactly how well. Yeah, I mean, there should have been action on a lot of things. ICE is operating almost like his own SA, his own private, paramilitary thing right now, because it's so novel, ICE, that we have no oversight over it independently. Big mistake on our part, I think.
mistake.
That, and I think when Kay was mentioning something about Trump dying, Trump could die, and a lot of this country would take that.
I don't know what he's saying.
They would
I
take.
didn't say that.
He could die of natural causes even, and people would
There you
right
go.
now they'd fetishize it and turn it into a conspiracy, and it could still inflame the. There's a big problem right now where Trump is rapidly like deteriorating the structure of our institutions. The military, for instance, is being rammed, like just eliminated at an officer level, case by case by Hegseth. And I mean, Hegseth is in a very dangerous spot where if Trump dies, I mean, he could probably try. If he's kind of curating the military around him. I don't know exactly how easy that would be. I don't think it would be, but he seems to be, every single day that I can tell from reading, that he's attempting to. That's enough for me. And I don't think any of us would want a Hegseth to take over the country after that. Like, that guy would kill me in an instant. He would literally have me murdered in like a month. 100%. Like, if you read his book, his fucking, American Crusade book, it is the most fascist thing I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. So this guy being anywhere close to power concerns me, like, fucking greatly. And like what Zeidsterg said, the fact that the United States military is so dominant is kind of scary. So it's not really that simple. If like Trump just dies, we're out of it, It's just my opinion though. There's still a lot to go. Thought I had his book somewhere. Where the fuck is it? Vance or Rubio? Neither of them are enough
Rubio.
to take on the fucking the movement.
If I had to choose, Rubio.
Rubio is trash too. They're all fucking trash. I mean, I really feel like you're probably correct. Again, I think our moment to miss this was the election. That would have been the best chance for us.
I feel like we had a few opportunities, right?
Or maybe the
like
last. How about the last one?
We had a few opportunities. I think there was an election, you know, in 2016 that really would have been a, you know, like, I guess like the most recent. Well, I guess you could say like if the election in 2024 was also, but I mean we were already heading down this with Trump or not. So 2026, I would say 2000 was another one.
That was long ago. Wait, this is already in
Bush
here?
versus Gore actually fucking was like a fucking event for America. It was like it set us on a path.
Oh, I found the book, by the way.
Oh shit, really?
The book is gnarly, man. It's gnarly. Where is it?
I might be too much of an optimist, but I think we're fine. Could you say that in front of your flock camera outside? Just go to dflock.com real quick and let's have a
dflock.com? What?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Dflock. You don't know what dflock? Oh, I'm gonna send you a video.
dflock.
Dude. Give me a second. I linked the dflock as well.
Wait, it does. Oh, it has to be in this. That's right. That's right. I'm retarded here.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a video.
Dude, look at this
If I can
cover
find
too,
it.
man. This cover's amazing. There's old PD right there, dude. PDX, Effie. Fucking stupid.
Wait, where did I put it?
All right. Why is this all? Okay.
This video. Oh.
Need to change the preferences on this page layout. Page mode. Colors. White. Black. How do I do this? Styles. Fonts. I think my writings are much more basic than these. I mean, his writing's not. It's just like, I can't wait to kill people. Like, I'm not kidding. It's literally all it is, dude. Add. Oh. Yeah, here we go. We'll just.
This is about to get me investigated. What I'm looking up here.
All right, let's just start with the basics biome, okay? Then we'll make it a little bit tighter. Yes, babe. Take a moment to consider your part in the miracle of the 2016 election. The history we made as sons and daughters of freedom. For the left, that humiliating defeat strengthened their resolve to achieve their ultimate goal, erasing America's soul, culture, and institutions. We are the ones standing in their way and have been targeted for annihilation. Woo. Yay. We, the people, must understand this moment. You feel it, I feel it, we all feel it. The other side, the left, is not our friend. We are not esteemed colleagues, nor mere political opponents. We are foes. Either we win or they win. We agree on nothing else. The United States is a top economy and military in the world, but our cultural and educational institutions, America's soul, have succumbed to leftist rot. Military might and worldly wealth alone are not enough to preserve our founding principles, nor are once-in-a-generation election miracles. Yes, it is, yeah. Our future existence as sons and daughters of the freedom requires the satisfaction of a single paramount objective: the categorical defeat of the left. America cannot and will not survive otherwise. Well, that wasn't loaded at all, eh? Yeah, this guy is in a unique position where he could maybe take control. Lovely. This time in our history calls for an American crusade, a holy war for the righteous cause of human freedom. 1,000 years ago, after years of ceding land to conquering Muslim hordes, wait, how far down did it just go? America was born. Is this to page 2? It is, okay. I'm gonna move a little bit down. Yeah, he does not. Crusaders and Patriots past. Donald Trump's Red Hat Rebellion demonstrates that unapologetically going on offense is the only tenable strategy for the defense of our republic. It gets worse, by the way. He describes some extremely... this is like... The first 10 pages of this are probably the most fascist fucking piece of writing I've ever seen outside of like Giovanni Gentili and Mussolini. And even then, at least they had like style and prose. I don't know. Giovanni Gentili is really smart. He's really smart. So was Mussolini, actually. And his use of M dashes is... Mobilize for victory. We will save the Republic in 2020 and beyond. He's in charge of the military. 2021? Or 2019? 2019. 2019. I think 2019. Those who make excuses that distract from the decisive political triumph, such as petty grievances over his tweets, civility, stale status quo thinking, are not worthy to populate the crusading ranks. Okay. We need informed, inspired, unapologetic patriots.
I'm gonna be real.
He's deleting.
I'm like passing out.
Yeah, you're okay. I'm gonna end my stream pretty soon here too. I want to finish this because it seems like, I mean, I think you two would be interested. So, but later, Kate. I'm sorry you had to go through that today, but man, that sucks.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry. I want to stay for all this, but I'm like actually
you're
like
good,
falling asleep at my desk after like a long day, so I need to lay down, man. I appreciate you having me on though.
Yeah, of
I
course.
always love talking to you.
And same feelings mutual.
You know,
I'm picking up what
make
you're putting
smart
down.
stock decisions, and I love you.
I'll
Peace.
do it later. The United States is the grandest, greatest freedom experiment, most free, most fair, most tolerant, most equal, and most powerful. Wow, that was incredibly detailed. We should never, ever apologize for her. If you don't agree with that statement, at best you are utterly ignorant of human history. At worst, you are a willing enemy of freedom in America. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, whenever I hear people defend, like, alt-right purposes, McGroofus, I kind of just go like, what? And the same for alt-left and left-leaning people. I'm like, you really shouldn't feel like they're even remotely close to you. You know what I mean? Like, you're not it's not like you guys are the same. I mean, the underlying ideas might have some covariance, but like, it really doesn't make sense to me why people think that there needs to be some defense or justification for like extreme alt-right anything if you're somewhat conservative in a lot of ways. Like I am too. This is psychotic is what it is. The left's 2016's calamity is our opportunity and therefore requires urgent radical steps. So remember, the plan the left has for you is utter annihilation. And prepare yourself to lock shields with fellow Americans in the defense of our simple and shared objective, freedom. Let's get personal. Millions of patriots, me, you, or you and me, love these ideals, but there are hordes of people within our borders who don't share our allegiance, and their ignorance and ideologies threaten America's very survival. As such, we are two Americas, a house divided. Wow. Nice. Yeah, he is. Or he watched Dune recently. Or decided to steal a Dune quote too. Going down the exact road of Fallout. I have played Fallout. I love Fallout. Now, I'm going to skip this part because it's really not important. He talks about his friend for a second, but if I'm not mistaken, the one I think is more important is this part, America Then Is Now. Or 50-50 American, is that it? So, Hegseth here has a uniquely fascist presentation here too, right? Where he talks about denying the pendulum, right? The pendulum always swings back. We'll be okay. America once fought a civil war, you see, and came out stronger. Surely common sense will prevail. I know there are radical ideas out there, but it's been like this since the 1960s. We'll work it out. I care about my country, but don't want to be seen as overly political. I run a business and pay my taxes. The left protests, we work. I can't stand Congress, but I love my congressman because he or she really cares. Most public schools are failing kids, but my local school is great. I've been a squish at times, so have you. I had to get informed first, though. Then I denied the magnitude of the leftist problem. Next, being idealistic, naive, and new to the political arena. I played within my status quo. Now I have some worldly success and a large family. Protecting my nest is tempting. I understand what is required of 100% American. The sacrifice, the struggle, the uncertainty. All personal, all powerful. God willed it. I finally learned that establishment Republican politicians have been complicit in the decline. Okay. 3 realities are central to understanding our moment. History is not over. Trump was not the end. He was the turning point. He's the retribution. Destiny, maybe, right? Remember fascism. You have to categorically imbue all of this into the man who can get it done, because existential threat. It's a firefight. You need command, so you imbue it in one man. He must bring back or usher in the rebirth, right? That's all relevant to this. The miracle of 2016 still rings hope. Make the man more than the movement more than the man. Deify the leader. Though many squish Republicans have relegated themselves for irrelevancy, American crusaders still have work to do. There is room for only 100% Americanism. Only the categorical defeat of the left will secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and posterity. We must re-elect Donald Trump and continue the cultural counterattack until leftists are no longer electorally viable. America is not inevitable. It is an experiment. Free people governing itself, reigning in government, is the exception to the rule in human history. Okay? Finally, if the 21st century is not an American-dominated century, it will not be a free century. Great. Let's put this guy ahead and lead the military. Of course. Fucking brilliant, man. You know what I mean? Like, totally not dangerous at all. This guy is going to treat Cuba right. You know what I mean? Forces of despotism. How ironic. Collectivism, Islamism, globalism are on the march. China is expanding. Europe is demographically and culturally overrun. We are the flickering light of freedom on a surrounded hill. The hour is late. It's part of it. It's a tool for people like this, though. Beyond political excess, Her fate relies on exercising the leftist specter dominating education, religion, and culture. A 360-degree holy war for the righteous cause of human freedom. Forgetting what thing? What am I forgetting? In the chapters that follow, we'll face every enemy that threatens our nation and undergo a basic training in the fight for freedom. Sick. Death, divorce, or dawn. I think he wants to cosplay as some heroic crusader, right? But yeah, I'm not really sure. I can't really say for certain that Trump's movement and Trump are going to kill 80 million people or something like World War II. But I'm also pretty sure I don't have to wait for 80 million people to die to make a decision on my own. You know what I mean? I don't really want to wait. The conservative movement has been stale, stuck, think tanks and corporate interests, not to mention invested in wishful thinking. I'm going to skip a bit, obviously, because I've read all this, but I'm kind of choosing what's important. Compassionate conservatism, he kind of supported, and he backed Mitt Romney. I wanted the best positive conservative contrast. The disastrous Barack Obama, of course. Blah, blah, blah. I was a loyal Republican, and we weren't winning anymore. Worse, our candidates lost. We made shallow excuses for them. When politicians failed us, we justified their weakness. When our policies failed, we ignored reality. We were losers and good at it. All the while, I told myself America will be just fine. What do you mean? Yeah. No treason? Or did you read past me? No, yeah. Oh, well, on his end, yeah, no treason. I don't understand what that means, Yellowstone. No, Zeitzer, the Civil War thing is... I don't think Civil War will happen because that's just not the way a fascist movement wins in a democratic country. Fascist movements come slowly, and they ultimately stop you from making or doing anything because they break your constitutional system through emergency and crisis to a point where you can no longer act as like a solidified unit. The state is really far away and really close, and it targets individual groups one at a time. I have to look that up. I actually didn't know that. I still cannot handle Trump's roughness, bravado. Did not compute. My Trump conversation. This part's dumb. We're going to go to... Do you love America or not? By Spooner. Okay, I'll look that up. Do you believe in national borders or not? Do you believe in citizenship and the rule of law or not? Do you support the police or not? Pledge. Trump's unbending courage to put America first changed nearly every aspect of political and cultural perspective. If Trump can stand up under attack, so can I. He's not perfect and neither am I. But he's willing to risk everything. It's more than just racial groups and ethnicities. But you're correct. Racial groups and racial lines are easily, you can activate and mobilize groups using racial arguments and ethnicities, but it doesn't have to be. As you can tell, this is not really racially motivated left yet. This is political, which is also a very convenient activation tool. Fascism doesn't just do racial. In fact, the Italian fascists did not even have any race law until 1936. So they predominantly, all of the dissent in a fascist movement, because it's life and death, right? Because your very life is like what Hegseth is writing here. I can't stress this enough. The way Hegseth is writing is as if someone has a gun to his head. That's on purpose, right? So whenever you are in a situation like that, if you hypothetically have a gun on your head or you are feeling you're about to die, then violence is the answer. And dissent, even if it's true, you know, if like, let's say your squad leader, if you're in a firefight, says we need to go this way, and you think he's wrong, then what happens in that moment, if we're thinking of the firefight situation only, is it might actually end up with all of you dead, because what's more important than the actual decision sometimes is unification around that decision. You do what your squad leader says. You don't vote, right? The problem here is that you can't take that home. So even the soldier in the firefight, once they get back to the barracks, they no longer operate that way. The squad leader cannot do whatever he wants, and the consent that we were just talking about is no longer there. Obviously, a squad leader can still command certain things at barracks, but the problem here is fascism treats politics like that firefight forever. And it can't work like that. It's a self-defeating one, for one. And it's ultimately a lie. But that's what they feel like. So just think of like someone who supports Trump right now. The reason they are so against anything that's true, maybe, or being proven wrong, or, you know, why it seems like you can't connect to someone who, in the face of all evidence or anything, is just perpetually delusional, it seems, is because if they are in the fascist movement, they feel like anything that proves them wrong is something that needs to be eliminated. They're not really interested in trying to come to the right conclusion. They feel existentially threatened. They need to do commands for a squad leader, right? So that's one of the main reasons, like, anything truthful becomes neglected. Dissent becomes the enemy. And if you notice that in his writing, that's what this looks like. Like this. Allow me to put our task into army infantry terms. I think he does it for me here. For decades, the United States has been lured into a giant L-shaped near ambush. The most deadly kind, with almost no escape. In more ways than you can imagine. Leftists have surrounded traditional American patriots on all sides, ready to close in for the kill. Killing our founding, killing our flag, and killing capitalism. The only option for survival in a near ambush is to charge, to close with, and destroy the enemy. Now, while President Trump gives us cover fire, the squad leader, right? Our commander, now is the moment we reload, fix bayonets, and charge. Only that way, by regaining the initiative and closing with an exposed enemy, will we be able to survive, let alone win. I didn't remember this part. It's very weird that I just said the firefight thing, and then he says, I actually did not remember this part. Maybe I did it subconsciously, I don't know. But that's what it looks like. And now here's the deification of the man, the squad leader, the commander, the chieftain. He's proven to be an unflinching warrior. The left is not used to Republicans fighting back, and President Trump charges into this ambush. It has to pop out of the tall grass and is no longer hidden. The ways in which the left has entrenched itself in our country have been quite effective, in ivory towers behind elite titles, newsrooms, Hollywood, whatever the fuck he feels like. In spite of their bottom lines, no political figure dared to step into its territory. Trump came out with all his bombast, insults, and truth, telling with courage to stand up for people of this country. Trump is the retribution, right? Yellowstone. I just don't know what the addresses are supposed to mean. Not that you need to tell me all the addresses, man. He has to be glorified. So think of it this way, Zeitzerg. If like you put yourself into a situation of what Hegseth is right now, I know it's hard to do, but just like imagine yourself in an existential position, like life and death. You think everything's life and death. For you to actually feel comfortable in the situation you're in, you must put everything into the man. So you have to take everything and imbue all of the hope you have, all of, your desire, all that kind of stuff, your movement. So fascist movements, they take these mobilizing passions and they have to imbue it into the man. So they're stuck. They have to do that, or else it won't work. It has to be a real feeling of that person is now someone who has to achieve destiny for me. So even if people feel like they don't like Trump anymore, you can't take that back. He's the man for destiny at this point. This is why Vance and no one else can even come close to Trump. No one's gonna put fucking Vance's face on their car or their shirt or tattoo him on their body. But Trump is more than just a man to the movement, and it's never gonna not be that way anymore. Will America be recognizable in 10 years? The stakes are almost too alarming and difficult. Once and for all, determine the American experiment. The America of our founding will die from either internal or external decay or external decline. Fascist as fuck. Get a national divorce, which will forever divide us, or decisively change course and create a new dawn for freedom-loving people. A rebirth, you might say. And someone needs to lead that destiny. Right? I mean, irreconcilable differences in which a perpetual conflict that cannot be resolved through political process. No, I'm not calling for violence. I'm just pointing out the reality. Those are the options. Sounds hyperbolic? I know, but it's not. So consequential moment prompts a question. Are Trump's election and possible re-election the beginning of an American renewal? Or does Trump represent the last gasp, existential life and death, of a nation and a generation clinging to an idea that the left has completely destroyed? We're already on borrowed time. Prospect that could doom future generations, my kids, your kids. Subjection to an either Orwellian government at home, ironic as fuck, evil ideologies abroad, or both. Walking zombies in the land of all-powerful government. Underneath our noses at an almost light speed, the left has captured nearly every quarter of our culture. So this guy leads our military. He would fucking murder me in like a month if he got power. This dude would definitely. I mean, I just take people up what they say, right? So this is his words. I mean, he didn't write this, but this is what he wants. I don't really see a reason not to believe him. You know what I mean? As Jesus Christ said in Matthew 12:25, every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation and will not stand. The left, West have abandoned faith, flag, just as our external and internal enemies are leveraging their fake versions of us. We have Donald Trump. Yeah. again, it's self-defeating, right? Like, fascism can mobilize people who may think this is like fine, and most people won't even see this, right? Like, he's fucking psychotic here. But given the chance, the people who enabled it, they're not going to be around either. Give it time. It's MAGA versus Antifa. Now, there's one part. Is it this one? That's where we are today. We win or the leftists win. We lose or they lose. And if we win, America can win. If the left wins, America is lost. I'm speaking especially to my former Republican establishments. Stop apologizing. He's not your spouse. He's your commander-in-chief. Your crusader. He's the man we need right now. Of course he is, to usher in the new America, right? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say anything like I talk about Trump over for Reagan. I think Reagan is, I mean, it wasn't really his fault for the most part for the economic decisions. It was kind of everyone, literally every economist was fucking on board with the idea of neoclassical synthesis, and I think he's a little bit foolish sometimes, but I think there's obviously a big difference between someone like Reagan and Trump and whatever the fuck he represents. I think the property Yellowstone must be in some city, either Canadian or American. That would be what defines it. That would be what separates it. Whoever you pay taxes to on the house for. Yeah, but who do you pay taxes for? Which country gets the taxes on the home? It's not both. You can't pay taxes with both currencies. That's not a thing. I think you guys kind of get the point, though. The home, though. The home itself, you pay property taxes on it. Whatever that is what it will be. It just keeps going, by the way. I think I can stop here, but you get the point. It's just like the most fascist thing I've ever read in my entire life. Leftists are evil. Every breath of freedom and justice we enjoy in this country was born of Americanism. They want control. They demand conformity. Wonderful stuff. All right, so I'm gonna end my stream. All I'm gonna do though is replay this last song because it'll give me something nice to think about because I love this song. The song's called Air by Matador. playing this last song. Anyways, thank you for watching. I'm just gonna play again this last song, and I'm gonna head off my stream, so I'll just say my goodbyes here. Thank you for watching.